This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sunset Safari. You are currently just looking at water, but just seconds ago there was a ginormous hippopotamus who has clearly got a little bit camera shy because, of course, the safaris are live. And we're not just going to be coming to you from Djuma Private Game Reserve, but also Pridelands Conservancy on bushwalks. So we will have 2 vehicles and a bushwalk. So I am definitely excited. The sun is shining. I hope you are all too. So get ready, everyone. Get your binos, your binoculars, water, snacks, because it's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. It's going to be a great safari, but definitely a windy one. The wind is still as strong as it was this morning, but luckily the sun is still very much high in the sky. But as you know, it will start to set, and that is why it is called the Sunset Safari. My name is Lauren, and I do have Morgan on camera this afternoon, and we're starting at Gowrie Dam. Morgan was just giving you the most beautiful views of that tiny little water monitor. Now, it may not look so tiny in your screen, but if Morgan's just able to zoom out a little bit, there's a huge adult next to it. You'll be able to see for comparison. Just a little adult next to a tiny juvenile. I mean, that adult's head is probably the entire size of the juvenile's body, which is very sweet. What a great start. I have no plans today other than to bumble. I would like to see some spots in the form of leopards or hyenas. I would also love to catch up with the Talamatis, but sadly, I know that they are very far north in the Manguleti, so I think it's highly doubtful that they'll come down to Djuma, but you never know. They might. And we do know that they've got cubbies. So as soon as they do cross onto Djuma, we'll be right with them. Oh, there's a giraffe. Hello, Mr. Giraffe. How lovely to see you. Now, these safaris are live and interactive, so please do talk to us. You must send in your questions and comments. That's what makes these safaris so unique and special. Look at the positioning of that tree, Morgan. Isn't it great? And you can talk to us in a number of different ways. You can use a hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. You can use @FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website, and as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. And kids, if you're watching, please do talk to us. We love your questions. You must send them in, but you send them in via email, and that email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. That's all happening around the dam today. Got impala, giraffe, hippo, water monitors. My goodness. What a great place to start. So we've been extremely lucky with the hyena den the past few days. Being very kindly being offered permission to go in and spend a little bit of time there. And it may not be a daily activity, but at least maybe a few times a week we'll get to catch up with the Djuma clan. And Tima's son and Novella are almost unrecognizable. Lots of leopard tracks this morning. We just couldn't find the leopards. And we know that neither lion prides are close by. So I'm going to bumble and do my very best to find lots of exciting animals for you. If not, we always have the trees, thank goodness. So as I sit here basking in the sun along with monitor lizards, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
It looks like another beautiful day in South Africa. A bit of a wind this afternoon, which is never the most pleasant thing, but still a pretty day nonetheless. You can see we're just kind of watching an impala at the moment, which I'll get into shortly. My name is Tristan, on camera I've got David. And this impala was staring quite intently into the bush, ears forward, kind of facing. So I was trying to just see if maybe there was something here. It wasn't alarm calling, but it just seemed to be quite interested in something on this sort of fringe of the clearing. Now I know that earlier today Kara was, or they think Kara, can't say for sure, but they had tracks for a small leopard crossing into Djuma and a scat, and it was not far from here. And I know she likes hunting in these areas, so it's always when you kind of come up to this section, it's just good to just stop and check when you see an impala staring. But I've now seen, while I've been watching the impala kind of going around, I've also seen a whole bunch of dwarf mongoose that were milling about there. So maybe them scuttling not a word, scuttling around has kind of just made that impala stare and look. And generally, if there's something like a leopard around, these guys wouldn't necessarily kind of, dwarf mongoose particularly wouldn't really be around. So I don't think we're going to have any sign of a leopard in that section. But the plan is for this afternoon is really just to bumble, try and see what we can find. I'm going to go back to the last tracks that I had for a female leopard close to a herd of buffalo, and just see if I can't find any signs of her again. Those tracks were very, very fresh. I'm not sure which female it is. It's in an area where Tlalamba, Shadulu, Kara, Moya, all kind of could go. So it's anyone's guess as to who it is, but we'll try and see if we can maybe potentially find that cat. There was lots of activity of leopards here during last night and this morning from a kind of track point of view, so there's some hope there, and then from there we'll just see how it goes. All right, now while we do that, Stephen Falconbridge is out and about on Pridelands and wanting to say good afternoon, so let's send you across to him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Pridelands, Eco-Trading. Pridelands, welcome to the Bushwalk team. How are we doing? My name is Steve, and I'm joined by Paul on camera, and we are, as always, excited to be with you this afternoon. Now, I do apologize for the last 24 hours. Our technician, Marcello, arrived and sorted out all the technical things that weren't working, and we seem to be back up and running, as you can see. So on the ground, down by my feet, you might have noticed in Paul's opening, we've got some tracks. Now, this is a very common track over here that we see a lot of. A very easy one to see, because if we look over here, you'll notice that there's a front hand. There's a finger, a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a thumb. It's evidence of the right hand of a baboon. And then of the back foot. You can see how large it is over there. Very, very big. And very characteristic of a baboon to walk with the right hand and the right foot just outside. That is sort of the characteristic baboon stride. But what's happened over here as well, as we move along this track, you'll notice that the track itself changes. And there's a reason for that. I'll explain it shortly. Now over here, as the baboon has carried on walking, you'll see that here is the hand, and here is the outside of the foot. The foot was over here before, now it is on the inside. And as we go along the tracks, that keeps on happening. And now you might ask yourself, why on earth is that the case? Now, first of all, measure it. The back foot, that's almost Okay, that's 10, 20, just over 20 centimeters. That's a very, very big male baboon. Now, what do we know about baboons? We know that there's an oligarchy. We know that there's dominant males in amongst them and younger males obviously living with them. And younger males do grow and eventually become dominant. But when a baboon is dominant, they have a particular way of walking. Now, you might have seen it before. Humans, we do a very similar sort of walk. Now, what this fellow's doing is he's strutting his stuff. The hand is landing, the right hand, and his hips are swinging as he moves. And now many of you have seen it before. I've actually done this demonstration before, so I shall do it for you again. Are you ready? And pause ready. Now, you've all experienced this. You've all been out and about to those places when men and women are interacting. Men and women are interacting in nightclubs or wherever it might be. And the gentleman walks into the bar. He looks across. He sees the bar. He doesn't look at anybody else. And he starts to strut his stuff. You see how the hips start to sway and he starts to move. And that's exactly what the baboon's track is doing. He's swinging across himself, showing himself to the rest of the troop that he's dominant. And he's swinging that hip, looking over his shoulder from time to time, letting everybody know, I'm in charge. I'm the big boss. Don't mess with me.
Well, I'm sure everyone has been thoroughly entertained by Steve walking like a baboon. It's quite a swag as a big male baboon. And what we have is a crested Quran. It is slowly meandering its way behind the bush, as they do. It was on the side of the bush, so we came around the side, and it's now walking out on that side, of course. Delightful visuals, Dave. Yeah. Shot for the showreel, you reckon, buddy? I'm so glad that I can be here to this for your show. Very, very sorry. Right, now sound is all good on your side, David. David is with my mic all good on his side, so everything is okay. Right, well, we'll leave our red-crested Quran to itself, and we're going to just slowly meander southwards, see what we can find. The last tracks that I had weren't too far from where I am now, so I'll just double-check, see if anything's come out this way. It's why I'm also going to go quite slowly along here. Parts of this road are quite hard, and with the brightness of the light at the moment, tracks are going to look near invisible. That's from sort of perspective of driving. It's only when they get very close that I'll be able to see them. So we'll just kind of meander along a little bit and just check if there's nothing that's popping out somewhere here. But we'll do it nice and slow, just to check carefully, make sure we don't miss anything. So many old tracks as well that haven't been squashed by us. I need to go and put my feet on top of all of them. Anyway, alright, so we're going to continue southwards. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to find something on the road.
We've bumbled on off from the dam. I want to do a little bit of a check around the other dams. It's actually incredibly hot today. It's windy when you're on the dam wall. But apart from that, it's actually very hot. And I'm hoping we can maybe catch some drinking animals. Well, that's my plan at least. We'll drive past the old Nisi Kaya, aka Hyena Den, or Hyena Home, as it directly translates to. The home of the hyenas. And see if we can just see any movement, any activity. In summer, you'll really struggle to find activity in the middle of the day. I mean, it's not impossible, but in winter, anything is possible. So we'll check it out, see what we can see. We'll need to start thinking about giving Intima's son a name soon. Did you get that, Morgan?
Yep.
What is it? Gladys, you're saying hyenas would be a treat. They would definitely be a treat. And it always entertains me for some reason. Morgan's one of them. I'm going to throw Morgan under the bus. And Gwen. She's another one. With Rusty. Who else? For some reason, they put an H where there's no H. And it baffles me. Morgan's panicking now. Instead of saying hyenas, they say hyenas. And it just baffles me. I say, where does this H come from? Morgan, where does the H come from?
The two in the middle that you can't see.
The invisible. Oh, okay. I didn't know that there was invisible H's. Double H. Okay. My bad, everyone. There are two invisible H's. Hyenas. Okay. I'm only teasing. It's adorable, but it just baffles me. Why are they saying hyenas? Yeah, you learn something new every day. Thanks, Morgan. We need to make sure we tell Tristan that one. Hyenas, okay. But Gladys, you're right. They absolutely would be a treat. They're always a treat. Ribbon and gang. Ribbon made a big impact on a lot of people. I mean, how can she not? She's a large woman. And I know she really got a lot of people through lockdown just by spending time with her. And I have to say, it really devastates me that we can't sort of spend the same amount of time with the Djuma clan. But that's okay. They're thriving in their own little way. And the cups are getting far too big. But that's also okay. If we have a big lion kill on Djuma, buffalo, zebra, sorry, I'm laughing at Gwen now, being very cautious. Lulu, you're asking would hyenas hunt at this time? I'm guessing you mean time of day. Yes, absolutely. Hyenas, honestly, there's nothing they really wouldn't do. I've seen hyenas swim. I've seen hyenas with only 2 functioning legs crawling. I've seen hyenas hunt. I've seen hyenas scavenge. I've seen hyenas eat the most putrid of, I don't even know what you can call it, liquid body parts. I've seen hyenas do everything. They are just the most opportunistic animals. And that's one thing I do love about them. Watching June the other day, and Kalamba were fighting. They came to blows. They came to physical blow. And there, responding to every leopard sound. Now, she will not have the ability really to understand leopard communication, but she knows it's a leopard. Immediately, a leopard could mean food. I better check what's going on. Every single time Kalamba and Shasha got up to fight, June was there. Huh? What's happening, guys? Is there food? And they're just so remarkable. They show absolutely no fear. They're really not cautious in any way, shape, or form. And sometimes they should be. But that's what I love about them. They're just so great. So yes, they would hunt during the day if the opportunity came by. And not that I enjoy hunts, because I really don't, but I really wish we could see that more often, just to show people they're not just these scavengers. They really do hunt. And it would just be so amazing to show people how they do it. We saw andBeyond and Swazi hunting once. Our signal's going to dip, but as soon as we get up this other side, it'll pop up, I think. I hope. And andBeyond and Swazi were hunting in quarantine. And it was really quite special to watch. I'm not entirely sure if it was successful, but they just hunt by coursing, by running and running and running, just like Ethiopian wolves, just like wild dogs. No ambush and no stalking. So I'm almost at Twin Dams. I'm very much hoping someone is there. But for now, over to Tristan, who's bumbling away.
Okay. We are bumbling away at the moment. I'm sorry that it's a very different and unique view of me driving, but it's just I've been struggling a little bit with my back the last couple of days, so sitting for long periods has certainly not been helping. So sometimes just being able to stretch out and move a little bit is okay. And from here we can still drive, so it's really not a problem. It's the advantage of being quite tall in a small car, is that you can kind of drive while sort of resting one leg on this chair, which is nice. Only problem we don't have is we don't have little side steps. Otherwise, you could just stand on the side, which would be good. Anyway, so we bumbled slowly along the sort of western fringe of Djuma, like kind of parallel with Triple M. No sign that I can see at this stage of any kind of movement of anything really. So no ellie tracks. Doesn't look like the buffalo herd that I had came this way. They were kind of in this block on my right hand side here, and then just up ahead in front on this road is where I had the last tracks of that female leopard as well. So what I'm going to do is just slowly take, there's a road that runs here and kind of cuts through this block. We'll take that road, just check if there isn't any sign of anything coming out. If we find her tracks there, then we know they're really good, because I drove there this morning and the buffalo herd when I left was all lying there. So if they're on top of them, then we're in the pound seats. It's certainly going to make life a lot better and a lot easier. It's actually quite interesting from up here. You can see a lot more from a track perspective at this time of the day as well. Maxwell, no, not really. Leopards and buffalo typically don't mind each other that much. Leopards, young leopards, as we've seen with Marips, are quite curious of buffalo. They like to kind of go and investigate and see what's going on. Obviously, it's these big animals that make a lot of noise, and there's lots of them, so it's a curiosity factor. Adult leopards, so big males, females, generally will just plod along and for the most part avoid them. They don't really worry too much. They'll just kind of go around the buffalo or kind of slink through them. Sometimes you might find a big leopard chancing his arm and trying as a meal. I've seen there was a male called Kashan, who was a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful leopard. He actually reminds me a lot, well, Tamba actually reminds me a lot of him. But yeah, he used to try and take buffalo calves every now and then, which was pretty cool, down in the sort of southern reaches of Singita and the western sector of the sands. So yeah, I mean, they typically just avoid them more than anything else. I think that's what she did today. She just went round them. So we'll just check on the other side of where the buffalo were, and hopefully we'll have some luck.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra. Because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
We've stopped at one of my favourite little water bodies, which actually still has a lot of water in it considering the sort of season we're in. And I often love to look at the little terrapins. They really are forgotten out here. The terrapins, the tortoises, you know how much I love my chelonians. And we were discussing the other day temperature dependent sex, temperature sex dependent. And it's not the same as humans, so the sort of sex of the eggs is entirely based on the temperature, the ambient temperature of wherever the egg is. If it's underground, the temperature underground, or if it's above ground. And I did a little bit more research, so it's definitely not all reptiles, but it's most species of terrapins and tortoises and turtles, all turtles and even crocodiles, have this sort of what we call TSD, temperature-dependent sex determination. And it's not been found yet in any snakes, so it's not broadly across the reptilian. Let's go back to little terrapin. Morgan's sleeping there. It's not broadly across all reptiles because it's not been found in snakes, but other reptiles it definitely has been. And it's determined long before hatching. So there's a certain period in the development of the embryo where the temperature will then determine the sex. And it's also said that sort of incubation temperature is also said to affect the body size, the growth rate, the survival, and the sex. So at the end of the day, they're ectotherms, and the temperature is crucial to everything. Some eggs that I used to find in Maldives from various different turtle species just did not hatch at all. You would just find the egg, and when you go inside, there's just no development. And that's been because it's been placed right at the bottom of the clutch. The mother has dug a really, really deep nest cavity, and those eggs right at the bottom of the clutch were either just far too cold, way below the sort of threshold. That would be boys. So they just would not develop at all. And that's really how crucial temperature is to these reptiles. And it's not the same across the board. I mean, for turtles, generally, as I always tell you, it's hot chicks, cool dude. So it's a threshold of about 31 degrees Celsius to 34. In that window, maybe those eggs that are sitting at the top of the nest, where they're getting direct sunlight, or maybe those eggs in the middle that are getting all the sort of body heat from the other eggs, they're going to be warmer. They're going to be females. Now, my brain doesn't entirely work in Fahrenheit, but I think that's around 88 to 93 degrees Fahrenheit. Male turtles from 26 to 30 degrees Celsius, which I think is about 78 to 86 Fahrenheit. Colder, but if it goes below 26, if it's really, really, really cold or flooded with seawater, if the mother has maybe or dug the nest a little bit too close to the shoreline, then those eggs won't survive at all. Sometimes if the temperature fluctuates between 30 and 31, 30 and 31, those eggs will just be a mix of boys and girls. But interestingly enough, crocodiles are the opposite. So for some reason, crocodiles are on the lower temperatures, females, and the higher temperatures, males. And they're not entirely sure why this is, but sort of one plausible explanation. Ooh. Hello, wind. One plausible explanation is that within crocodiles, my goodness me, it's much better for the males to be huge, to be big, to fight off competitors. And therefore, generally speaking, these soils are normally a little bit warmer, where the crocodiles lay their eggs, and therefore they suggest that there would be more males because it's a competitive sort of behavior between males. Not all male crocodiles survive. Now, whether that theory is actually applicable or correct, I'm not sure. And the survival rate for crocs across the board is 1 out of 50. That's the survival rate. They lay about 50 eggs. And the survival rate for turtles is 1 or 2 out of 1,000 eggs survive to adulthood. Now that's a very, very low survival rate. It's actually one of the lowest in the entire animal kingdom. My goodness, this wind just came out of nowhere. We're going to bumble on to Chitwa, see what we can find, but I believe Tristan has found something for you.
Well, crocodile survival is incredibly low, so it's a very interesting topic, and it's why we've seen so few survive here, even though we have seen, little crocodile hatchlings at Chitwa Dam. Just really difficult for them to raise them a lot of the time. Anyway, we're with buffalo. This is the herd that I was talking about from this morning. They have not moved far at all, I guess, given the temperature today and the fact that it's been quite warm. They just found themselves some spots to lie up. You can see they kind of mostly just in little shady areas lying down at this stage. So what they do is they find little shady spots like this, rest for the hot part of the day, and then as it starts to cool down, they start to wake up and move. And buffalo are probably one of the most dependent animals on water for out here, and so they will need water this afternoon and will therefore be kind of slowly moving their way towards the west. I would imagine towards a dam called Red Dam, which is on Arethusa. That's a nice little place that they can drink, or to even Arethusa Camp itself. There's a big dam there in front of the lodge. Those would be the two closest water points for this particular herd to be able to access. They were at Treehouse yesterday, or last night should I say. So I don't think they're going to bend and turn that way. They also, by the looks of things, are walking straight into the wind at the moment, which I suppose will mean that they'll know if anything's ahead of them, but it does provide an opportunity for cats that can hunt them, like lion prides, to pick up their scent and move in behind them without the buffalo ever knowing that they're there, which is pretty interesting. So we'll see if any lions kind of pop out of the woodwork. There was none found this morning that I know of. I really didn't have my radio on that much when it came, or paid much attention to the north. At the moment, our signal in Buffelshoek is just not working, so if it's that side, I haven't really been paying much attention just yet, but it's nothing that I could really pick up that indicated any signs of lions. Dark Mane, for those of you that are wondering where he is, he's still on Arethusa. He crossed there yesterday, came from Manyeleti through Buffelshoek, through Djuma and into Arethusa, but he's still there. They found him there this morning, so he's doing fine apparently, which is good news. Obviously his tenure as a male lion, as we've discussed many times lately, is pretty limited this stage. If any big coalitions comes, it's going to be really tricky for him, just because of that leg injury that he's got. But he has done well. I mean, we talk about this often, and Dark Mane and the Evokers have never really been my favorite coalition, which is par for the course. As people, we have differing opinions and we all like different things, but I will say that he's been good from a point of view that, and the two others for that matter, that they have managed to secure an area. They've managed to get females to breed, and they have then sustained that protection of those cubs all the way through to raise pretty much two sets between the Nkuhumas and the Talamatis. Which is a pretty sterling effort considering the injury that he's carried, for him to be able to have carried on protecting this area to allow those cubs the survival is a pretty mean feat. So, this might not be my personal favorite, but you can't take away from the fact that a male lion has overcome a severe injury to be able to actually stay dominant. I think so. You say buffaloes always seem to be in danger. When do they sleep? They're right now, mid part of the day. There's very few lions that are active at this time of the day. If it cools down and we get a little bit of a period where it's cooler weather and overcast, then maybe. Or if lions are going for water and they come across a herd of buffalo, potentially. But for the most part, lions aren't really on the move right now. And so this time of the day is when they can actually rest and sleep. And then you'll find in the middle of the night, they often find open clearings and they'll just settle down and bed down there. And then if lions find them, they find them. But they often are sleeping like this. You can see them being ruminating animals. They can lie down and just kind of chew the cud and rest and sleep and take it nice and easy. Especially if there's not a lot of lions around, then they're actually pretty happy to sleep anywhere, even at night. And the buffalo, I think, have been on Djuma a lot since I've been back, particularly because there's been no lions. And I mean, I haven't seen a lion track since I've been back, or a fresh lion track. No, I haven't been back for long. It's only been 4 days, but it doesn't matter. It's still been, enough time that the buffalo are just hanging out here. They can probably hear the lions calling, know that there isn't too many around, and it's a safe place to be and to rest and to take it easy. Also plenty of water around at the moment, so no need to move long distances for these guys. But it's great for us because they are eating grass and shortening the grass for us, but B, they provide a huge amount of fertilizer in the form of their dung. So buffalo herds are integral to the recovery of this area from the drought. Right, we shall stick with our buffalo for a little bit longer. We'll try to get some better views of them. In the meantime, let's send you across to Steve. I believe has got something to show us.
Well, enjoy, Tristan. I do enjoy spending a fair bit of time with buffalo. They are quite fun animals. Not many people agree, but I quite enjoy them. But we found something quite interesting, something I might put towards you as an audience to see what have we found. And no, it's not a knife. The knife I put there for comparison of size. But what we have got is a bit of impala hide. That's quite old. It's been here a few weeks. And an animal has decided to have a poo right on top of it. There it is. That's a very characteristic feature of this animal. Now, you notice I'm not touching it with my hands. Okay, so if you know who this is, who pooed here, if you don't know and you'd like to know, trying to guess, there's a little bit more over there. Send through your answer, #WildEarth, or throw it in the YouTube chat stream. Let's see who can guess who pooed on top of this impala hide. Now, the impala was probably killed by a leopard or maybe by a hyena, and this little chunk of flesh probably got quite hard and probably left out for a moment, and once it gets hard, just have a little listen. Oh no, that's not making much noise. It's very, very hard. It's got very, very tough raw hide, and the Zulus used to make shields. I think they probably still do, out of raw hide, out of cattle skin hide, and they used to use it for fighting. So it gets very, very hard when it's sun-dried in the sun. But there's a certain animal that likes to walk around and to defecate on top of tufts of grass, on top of elephant dung, on top of a very random piece of impala hide out in the middle of nowhere. And these civets often do it in small little toilets, civetories, and the size of a civet would be the size of the roundness of my hand. Civets have got an enormous bottom, and they deposit enormous poos, like really big poos. You'd be surprised when you find a civet, you think that must be a lion. No, it's not, it's a civet. And they like to do it in a midden. Genets have a very similar size to this as well, maybe slightly smaller, and they also often do in a small area. But this one, quite characteristic of sitting on top of a mound. And Sandy's got it right. Sandy has definitely got it right. Well done, Sandy. Let's see who else can get 30 answers there before we give the final answer. But I'm not going to touch this with my hand. You might ask why. It's okay. I've honestly done it before. In the past, I've touched it with my hand, and I've had guests that have touched it with their hands, and it's okay. You are not going to die, but you could get parasites in your hands, stomach flukes and all sorts of things that you don't want, and you could eat, and it could go into your digestive tract. You could get quite ill, so that's why we don't handle predator poo. But on my level 1, many, many years ago, I came running to my assessor with a handful of caracal poo, and I was like, hey, Mr. Jan Furry, is this caracal? He said, yes, Steve, it is, and you probably shouldn't be holding it. So we've all done it. Maybe we haven't all done it. Mpho hasn't. Mpho, have you played with animal predator dung? No, he hasn't. not his kind of thing. So Sandy has guessed that this is the dung of a jackal, and it is indeed the dung of a jackal. If we happen to break it open, we probably find some fur. We could find some grass. There's some fur over there. We could find some beetle remains, some bones. It's very, very hard. I'm not going to do a very good job of breaking it open, but this is the very characteristic sign of a jackal. And what they love to do is they like to defecate in areas where a little bit elevated to maybe encourage the scent, and also maybe the smell of that object as well adds to the scent of the jackal. So I've never done a jackal referendum and sent it to all of them and said, hey guys, why do you poo on top of things? But that's sort of the general consensus. So jackal poo on top of a very dead impala. There's the hide. Let me play it for you now. Can make a drum out of this. It's a bit far removed for a drum, but sorry, Mr. Jackal, I've now gone and taken your poo off of your shield. I'm going to put it back on because we don't want him to think that we've messed with his toilet.
We've just stopped for a moment. 4 hours is a very long time to drive, so sometimes we just stop, take it all in, and naturally listen, look, smell. That's what we're all going to do. Take a look at these winter landscapes together and listen to the sounds of the bush. Isn't it just lovely to stop, look at the views, even though it's windy, and just listening to what is going on around.
We're still with our buff herd, and it's been quite nice just sitting with them. I've really actually thoroughly enjoyed being back and seeing so much buffalo. I know a lot of people kind of see them in a certain light and think that they're, well, just glorified cows, and there's very little interesting about their behavior and aspects of buffalo life. But I actually find them hugely fascinating to watch because they've got a very interesting kind of herd life where you've got this what looks very random and very unorganized but actually is quite well thought out, where you've got big bull buffalo back end, front end, and often very close to the fringes in the middle sections, with young ones and females kind of pushed in the middle areas, and that way anything does come along they can organize quite quickly, and the males can kind of generally deal with the onslaught, although sometimes the cows can be just as vociferous as the males. But not only that, it's just the way that the kind of what they feed on. I find that really interesting to watch. particularly at this time of the year, as we're starting to kind of get a very poor nutrition value in the grasses particularly. It's been interesting to see some of the buffalo have already started to turn to to browsing. Now, browsing typically for buffalo is not great for them, and the reason being is that their stomach is not very well equipped for browse. Browse is generally a lot higher in tannins than what you find in the grasses, and the tannins often are a problem for the bacteria in the buffalo's gut that helps with the processing of grass, and it can actually lead to them getting diarrhea. Now, diarrhea generally for a buffalo is not too much of a problem, because they, just keep going, and a lot of the time in summer they eat grasses, and the grass is full of moisture as it is. But in winter it can be a slight issue, particularly if it's a dry winter and there's not a lot of water around. We know here it's not that big a problem, but that can cause them to lose moisture very quickly and condition, and can obviously result eventually in death if it's a very dry period. So it's interesting to see that they're already turning to that. I thought that we might get away with them not browsing much this year, just based off the fact that we had such good rains and the grass growth was pretty severe this year. But clearly the drought effect is not quite over just yet, and so they're still finding a deficiency in their diet that's causing them maybe just to browse a little bit. And interestingly enough, there's a few species of trees that they like to target. So in the foreground of these buffalo is a very kind of greenish leaf with a bit of brown on it. That's a roundleaf teak that you see there, very stunted roundleaf teak. Unfortunately, the elephants here hammer these plants. They like to target these little roundleaf teak. I've often seen them eating those, and then also bush willows, small young bush willows. They go after those as well. So I'm not really sure why those two trees specifically. I think it's because their mouth is not very well equipped to cope with things like acacia, sicklebush, those trees that a lot of the browsers target. This is just a much easier leaf for them to be able to go after. But it's difficult with the wind, but I love being with the herd as well because of all the bellows that you hear. It's just like constant noise in these herds, and you have the oxpeckers chirping and they flittering about in and out, and the bellows of the little calves as they look for their moms. So, White Man, you're saying, do most animals have control of their tails? Yes, I would imagine that they do, but I would imagine that with the tail is that it's a very involuntary movement, much like you blinking. So you don't sit there and think about your eyelids moving every time to kind of look after your eyes. So it would be very involuntary. It's in terms of it's a thing that moves and it does its job, but the brain is processing that without having to consciously force it to do so. So I would equate the movement of the tail very much to blinking. But you will see that when they've got certain things, they'll actually move the tail in that area. And so when I say certain things, you see it when they've got wounds. If they've got a big wound on the flank, let's say, and there's oxpeckers or flies that are landing there, then you'll see the tail swish around there quite a lot. So they'll actively throw the tail in that direction. So that would be very conscious. If you apply that to cats, particularly their tails, and elephants actually too, their tails are quite a big tool in communication. So let's use a leopard for example. Leopard gets spotted, tail gets curled up, big white flag telling everybody don't shout at me. That's a conscious decision to raise that tail, to put it up. So that's control of the tail. They also, if they are upset with something, the tail thrashes, so it moves from side to side to side. You find that will be a way of showing other animals, I'm upset, I'm angry, leave me alone. So whether they're fighting amongst each other or if somebody's too close or whatever it may be, those things generally will be utilized. David, let me just reposition you slightly because, sorry, moved a little bit. I'm trying to just find some shade along with the buffalo. It's quite a dense area that we're in at the moment. So I just want to try and kind of keep us from getting sunburnt. There's a wind that's blowing today that makes it feel like it's not as warm as it actually is, but that's a big buffalo, that one that you were on just now. Got a lot of attitude, that fella behind the bush. A very, very nicely developed boss as well on this guy. I was actually saying, I think yesterday when I was with Morgan, we drove through a herd in the morning. And was it with Morgan or was it with you, David? I don't know. I can't remember. I've seen a lot of buffalo. But there were some bulls in those herds that are looking absolutely magnificent. Massive, massive individuals. Big horn structures. Body condition looks good. And they are fairly intimidating when you come across those big boys. Especially when you see a lot of buffalo, you end up driving kind of past them and through them. And when you stop, they always give you a little bit of distance, but when you're driving on the road, a lot of the time they'll just sit right next to you as you drive past, and you realize just how large this animal is. They can be very, very intimidating. And I think it's why we haven't seen a lot of buff kills, even though we've had a lot of buff around. These buffalo are all still looking very healthy. None of them are looking emaciated and thin. And so, for lions, it's a tough ask to bring down a buffalo of this size. I mean, look at this guy as he emerges. Look at the depth of his chest and shoulders. I mean, that guy is just oozing attitude and power, and you can imagine when there's 30, 40, 50 of those guys bearing down on you as a lion, it's a pretty intimidating prospect. So I think you'll find as winter goes on, maybe the success of the lions will get better, but it's certainly been a good year for buffalo, and then the numbers are looking like they're increasing nicely with all the calves that we see in these herds.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Just entered into Chitwa. Now the WildEarth Safari starts very early, which means that we can't quite cross into other properties straight away. You've got to bide your time and wait till game drive time. But it's game drive time now, so we've crossed into Chitwa just to see if we can pick up on anything. It's a high leopard action of Chitwa. Chava was seen the other night, Shasha, Kalamba, Malibs, Tandi. A lot of leopards, all in a very small area. They really seem to love Chitwa. I love Chitwa. More Morgan, do you love Chitwa? Morgan loves Chitwa. It's just great. So we're just looking in all the little hidey holes, hidey spots, known areas where we find all these individuals, and seeing if we can pick up on any tracks. I mean, it's warm, but with this wind, it's not that warm. It really cools you down, which means it'll cool them down too. It's highly likely that they'll be mobile. With the leopards. With the leopards something after all the fighting at the weekend. Disperse. I think you mean move off to a different area, because actually the word disperse means leave one's natal area. So when we talk about sort of dispersal in the animal kingdom, accent barrier quite badly here. Okay, you're saying be scarce, not disperse. Gotcha. Copy. Not necessarily. I mean, it wouldn't affect any of the other leopards. They're not bothered. Kalamba sort of stomped off in a huff, but it was funny. Davi and I followed her for a really long time. She stomped onto Djuma. She's St. Mark. Then she had a little rest and she groomed and she cleaned and all sorts. Then she got back up again and she was walking. It wasn't just a casual Kalamba strut. It was with purpose. And it was just interesting watching that behavior. I would say she was St. Marking a lot more frequently than she normally would, even when on territorial patrol. And that's because she has had a clash with another leopard. Shasha, I heard, ran into Torchwood today. So no, not necessarily be scarce. It wouldn't affect the other leopards. It was just a squabble over a kill. And as for Maribs and Semba, also wouldn't affect them. Semba will be going about his day. And of course, as we know, Maribs is a little bit under the weather right now. But as for that, it really wouldn't stop other leopards coming around. But don't worry, Morgan, I just want to check something with my binos. There's a nest here. It looked like a bird just jumped into it. I'm not sure how we're going to get a good view of this. Do you see the nest I'm talking about? That sort of one in the cup. I'll direct you. It could be an old nest, but I'm pretty sure I just saw a bird jump into it. This one here. Yeah, okay, terrible views. Because you do get winter breeders, of course. Not all birds breeding summer. No, I think it was just a bird on the tree rather than on that nest. My apologies. I was just saying to Morgan, I'm really sort of missing the bird action. We're not really getting too lucky with the wigs right now. And Batilda is roaming the skies, rather independent now. And I'm missing following the birds, I must say. Okay, I'm going to scratch around Chitwa really carefully to see if I can pick up on signs of anybody. And we're going to send you guys over to Steve.
Well, welcome back to Eco Training Pridens, everybody, where we have found ourselves on another little rocky outcrop, another dolerite intrusion found here on Pridens, and far off in the distance from one geological marvel to another, the Drakensberg Mountains looms high overhead. Everything up until that point is regarded as the Lowveld here at the Kruger National Park, and all of the associated reserves and farms between here and there are all in the Lowveld, and we find ourselves now encompassed within the biosphere, the Kruger to Canyon Biosphere Reserve, which is basically an accumulation of conservation areas, agricultural areas, communities, homesteads, and towns and small cities. In an effort to try and conserve the greater picture. From that mountain all the way to sort of the Mozambique border, we're calling the Lowveld, and trying to fit into the Kruger to Canyon Biosphere Reserve. The canyon they talk about is a Blyder River Canyon. If you drove from Johannesburg to this part of the world, you would go through the Blyder River Canyon, or you'd go around it anyway, coming through Strydom Tunnel, and down the hill to Hoedspruit, which is the closest little town to us here. Jackson, that's a very good question. I'm sorry for not elaborating, but essentially what we call a veld in South Africa, in America it would be called a rangeland. It's basically what we call bushveld would be rangeland made up of trees and grasses. So the savanna, essentially, we call the veld in South Africa. It's a Dutch word, spelled V-E-L-D-T, but it's been shortened to V-E-L-D. And so here we call the Lowveld, meaning the low-lying rangeland or the low-lying savanna. And then up on the top of the mountain, right up at the top, so you've probably got bits and pieces of grassland. And then on the other side towards Johannesburg and towards sort of the northern parts of the country, we get the high veld. And the high veld is just the high-lying savanna region. Got generally higher rainfall. It's generally a little bit more susceptible to frost, and there's lots of fire up there. But both the systems very, very similar, but they are different in the altitude. The altitude makes for very different sort of type of species that can survive. It doesn't get as cold down here as it does up there. You lose huge amounts of temperature. Every 100 meters you go up in elevation. And so those of my friends, or those of you watching in Johannesburg, Pretoria, will know how cold it is up there versus down here. Although it is quite fresh here in the morning, it's not as cold as it is that part of the world. So the high veld, low veld is basically high rangeland, low rangeland, savanna. Both are savanna, but many different types of savanna accumulating under the same banner. Beautiful, beautiful areas to spend some time in. And from the high veld is where all of the rivers come down. They come through gorges and valleys from the high veld, and they all go through the Kruger, and they then erupt into the ocean through Mozambique. That wall of mountain you see there is quite important for and responsible for the rainfall that we find here. Moisture that pulls in and pushes towards the mountain gets pushed up by the wall you see there, and that forces it to push back once it hits the dew point. That causes rainfall. Obviously this time of year we don't get much rain in the winter. Sorry, I didn't get Ian's question about something to do with the mountains. The Drakensberg is made up of dolomite, which is a sedimentary rock, sandstone, which is also sedimentary. Ian, I haven't taken many trips. I haven't taken people into the mountains. I have been into the mountains once or twice, but it's definitely a very vast area and a place I'd like to explore a little bit more. There's species up in those mountains that are quite unique to the mountain. There's actually some proteas I've seen up in the Blyder Canyon. Proteas you'd think are completely, dependent on the fynbos biome, but proteas occur on the mountains there. Some very unique tree species, and there are wild animals in the mountains there that are definitely around. There's definitely leopards. There's probably some wild elephant. All sorts of weird and wonderful animals occurring up in those high altitude areas and quite inaccessible. So the layers of the mountain, the dolomite, which is sedimentary, on top of the sandstone, and then underneath the sandstone is quartzite, which was once upon a time the sandstone that, when that mountain lifted, it was pushed up through upliftment of two continents, pulling away from each other, India and South Africa, Australia as well, pulling away. That caused huge rifts and undercurrents, which pushed the Drakensberg mountain up, and that pushed the sandstone against each other. They went through enormous amounts of pressure and temperature changes, and that turned the sandstone into quartzite, which is basically metamorphosized sandstone, and that sort of forms a very underlying layer of the Drakensberg Mountains. And then there will be granite in there in different places, and here in the Lowveld, all of this has weathered away. Once upon a time, that entire mountain probably occurred all the way where we are, and the weathering of time has moved it to where it is now to expose what we have beneath us. Okay, well, we're going to move on from our rocky ledge and send you back over to Tristan.
Well, while Steve moves on from his rocky place, we're still with our buffalo herd. I know the visuals at the moment are quite tricky because we're just only seeing little pieces here and there through these thickets, but we are about to approach a clearing and a road. It's nice to have the whole herd kind of coming out. You get an impression of the scale of this herd. But initially when I saw them this morning, I thought maybe 100, 150 of them, but I reckon I was a little short there. Seems like there's a lot more. I probably actually hazard a guess now, closer towards sort of 200, 250, somewhere there in this grouping. So what we'll do is we'll just go through with them towards the clearing and then try to get a nice kind of view of the whole herd popping out. It's also kind of settled down for the hot part of the day, so spending time with them is just allowing us to wait for the cooler temperatures to come up, and therefore better period for cats to be active. So it's like a win-win to spend time with buffalo and see what they're going to get up to. I'm hoping. It's a pity there's no water on the Djuma side close by, because it's always so fun to watch a buffalo herd descend on a waterhole with gas. So, Forrest, you're asking about Cape buffalo and buffalo in America. So bison, I think is the other name for them, if that's what you're referring to. But Cape buffalo, as far as I understand it, aren't as heavy, whereas the Cape buffalo is a little lighter, like I say, than the American ones. Obviously, coat structure, horn structure, body structure, very different. The American buffalo seems to stand much taller, and I've actually never seen one myself in real life. But they seem to be a lot taller in the front leg section, and probably a little bit longer than what you see in these guys, from just judging from kind of photographs and seeing people near them in cars. They seem to be a lot more longer from kind of nose tip to tail tip, and a little bit heavier than what our guys are. I don't think it's much, though. I think that you probably find that our buffalo here can weigh really close to about 2,000 pounds, would be a very large male, whereas American buffalo, they'll typically, I think that they max out at around 2,300, 2,400, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little bit less than that. So it's close, it's not too much difference, but what we do have with our guys is our guys seem to have a much, much, much more aggressive nature than those American bison. The bison seem to tolerate people a lot more than what ours would. And what you'll find is the horn structure of these guys is far more impressive. You get these big bosses with these big curled horns, whereas the American bison, while they do have horns, and it's by no means unimpressive, I think for me, it's just these guys are far more intimidating and far larger with their horn structure than what the American bison is. So the road is right here, and then the clearing is just in front. So we're not far now. This is still the fringe areas. The whole herd has actually changed direction. Initially they were walking straight west, whereas now they're actually turning north, which is pretty interesting. I don't know why they've changed direction, but they have. I'm actually going to just try and catch up with, I can see the main moving up ahead of me here. It's amazing how many fallen over stumps there are in this area. This particular block got absolutely hammered during the drought with elephants. The elephants went crazy in here. So there's a lot of fallen over trees. So if you hear crunching and things, that's what's kind of happening underneath the vehicle's tires. I know a lot of you are often worried about our off-roading and doing these kinds of things. If you notice, when we off-road, we'll try very hard to not drive over trees, and some trees we do drive over are trees that have already been kind of looked at as either common trees or trees that are very, very responsive. So what that means is that they bend and flex back. So driving over them is a huge train smash. The tree itself doesn't get broken. Hard-wooded trees break, and then, you know, that's the tree damage. But a lot of these, all they do is just bend, and then they just go straight back up again. And it's quite something when you actually, a lot of people don't believe it until they come on safari and you drive through an area and you tell them to look behind you and tell you where you came from, and people often have no idea which way you're actually going. So it's quite interesting. And then where you can, you try and avoid trees. I always try and find these kind of things when I'm off-roading. So if you see here, there's a cut in the grass. That's a game path. So it's an area that animals like to use. It's generally a little bit more open. Those sections also you can see a lot easier, much easier to know if you're driving anywhere near something like a tortoise or anything like that. You're not going to drive over it. And then the key is just to go nice and slow, so that if you do something, you can just pause and return and change as necessary. But you see, this is what I was hoping for, is you see how clear it is here. Seems like the herd is about to come onto this clearing now, and we'll get a really nice impression of just how big a grouping we're dealing with. I wonder if they maybe aren't going to go towards Weirtella Dam. Kind of changing now, heading more even northeast again. It's like they've done a cycle in this. Interesting. They're actually going straight across the road now into the block. You can see some of them already through here. Sure, this herd is big. They're much further than I thought they were. There's a whole bunch that is already crossing out here. Amazing. Alright, well, we'll stay with them and catch them kind of going over the road in front of us. Right, so our herd is busy moving over the road. I'm just going to sit nice and quietly and let you guys just enjoy the sounds of the wind and the buffalo as they go over the road. I apologize, I need to use the radio quickly because Lauren's on Chitwa, so she won't be on this channel. The guys just want an update, so I'm just going to quickly give them one. I do apologize.
Sorry about that, everybody. Technical issues. do happen from time to time. Hello everybody, welcome back to Pridelands and welcome to a very sort of spiny and hidden away nest site. Now this is one of our acacias called the flaky bark acacia. You can see how very difficult it would be for me to get my hand in there. Now this is out of season, all the leaves are off of this tree, but very thorny, very spiny. And we've got two different nests here. Here's a small little, what probably was a little cup-shaped nest. And then over here we've got a little woven nest over there. Now the woven nests are something that the finches and the waxbills like to build. Waxbills like to take little balls and they take the grass sort of like this and they weave it into just a ball. There's nothing elaborate like that of the weavers, but they do this little ball inside, and they'll often use very spiny, thorny, impenetrable shrubs to do so because it's very difficult for a bird of prey to come and get them inside there. So when the summertime comes and the trees get their leaves and their foliage, you notice birds will specifically choose very, very hard to get to places and concealed places for their breeding. So a very important part of the habitat for many of the birds. We often talk about habitat. What is habitat? It's where birds or animals eat, sleep, live, breed, survive. So little thorny trees like this, although they might look quite uncomfortable to you and me, it is the perfect safe haven for a little waxbill or a little sunbird, which also do little ball nests, little cup-shaped nests, a small little bird you can imagine. No eagle is going to go and land in here, or a raptor going to land here and try and get the eggs out of there. Be very tricky, although snakes definitely could. Baboons would struggle. Genets might struggle, although the concealment with the vegetation as well can make it very, very hard to reach a place. So the flaky bark acacia, quite easy to see when you go down the stem. You'll see the stem itself has got these little flaky, orangey sort of colors. And the twin spine, the double twin spine, white, long and straight. And here is one of the little bean pods that has survived. Okay, there's a small little acacia waiting to be born, and if you look closely on it, it actually looks like a little heart. Isn't that beautiful? There we go. We love acacias, we love the bush, we love little birds' nests, and well, we're going to send you over to Lauren at Chitwood Dam.
Sadly, everyone, we had the most beautiful little sighting there with an entire family of hippos out the water, but that sighting is no longer happening. Let's just see if we can go up on the wall now, Morgan. There's a little youngster there. Sometimes it's really nice seeing the small little calves, the size comparison with the adults. When they're standing up. Obviously in the water is one thing, but when they're... Do you see what I see? I'm going to put the handbrake on. He's huge. Hello, you. Water monitors are just everywhere. But this is a particularly large one. Frozen in time. I mean, their body's pretty much the same size as a tail in terms of length, not in terms of sort of width or girth, but in terms of length, they have a really long tail. And why is that? Why would that be? Well, of course, it's to propel them through the water, just like a crocodile. They've got sort of very sharp claws for traction on land. If they had webbed feet, they're not going to get very far on land, that's for sure. So the long claws give them traction, but it's not ideal for swimming. Oh dear. Whereas the tail is so long, so powerful, so muscular that is what essentially powers them right through the water. And they're able to swim very fast with this. Basking in the sun. I remember Gert and I came here and we watched one hunt a terrapin. So they really are ferocious predators when they want to be. He's listening to the geese. They're actually really cute. I find them really beautiful. What is wrong, Egyptian goose? Jackson, you're asking who is bigger, water or rock? Believe it or not, water. They're also called the Nile monitors. They're the longest. They win the competition for being the longest from sort of snout to tail. But when you look at a rock monitor, although it's not as large in length, they're more stockier, if that makes sense. They're a lot broader. And sometimes when you look at a rock monitor, you'll automatically think that it's bigger. It's like an optical illusion, Jackson. Because it is stockier, it's got a wider sort of shoulder, the width of the shoulder, the gait, everything's a little bit wider and got a lot more muscular in the body, but they're not as long and overall they're not as big. So it's actually the water monitor that's bigger. And they've got completely different shaped heads as well. The water monitor here has got quite a fine little snout that goes to a point, whereas the rock monitors have a really chunky, big, wide face, big, thick snout. We see the waters far more than we see the rocks out here. The rock monitors are often hiding in trees and crevices and holes and all sorts. But with a tail that length, they definitely win in terms of length. What I do today, I'm not escaping this wind. The fishy goes back, Morgan. Look, it just landed. You see over there on the dead knobthorn? Its usual haunt. It's a little bit far away. There you go. Where's your partner? It's quite far away. Oh, and off we go. The iconic fish eagles of Chitwa Dam. Now I'll scratch around everywhere, the Mulbanini, Shirombe, New Driveway, Old Driveway, and no luck on Chitwa so far, I'm afraid. Just be that the leopards are not on Chitwa. It's a very small property, sort of funnel in shape, sandwiched in between lots of other properties. But I think we will do one last loop around and see if we can pick up on any signs of anybody. And when it gets a little bit later, we're going to drive past the hyena den and do some lurking. I'm very good at that these days. to bumble? Let's do just that. There we go. And the water monitor didn't even move. Okay, this is also a very good drainage. I mentioned this one. Sometimes it's best just to drive really slowly. There's also still water there, I believe. Yeah, you can see evidence of water. Morgan's going to give you a pan of the dam as we drive. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling on around Chitwa and see what else we can find.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It's dry, the winds are blowing from the west, bit of a berg wind, which means that we can expect a warm evening and a little bit of a front coming in the next couple of days. You can kind of feel that breeze, you can hear that breeze across the camera coming from the mountain. Very dry, and it pushes offshore. Any moisture that there might be out at shore gets pulled in a couple of days, and we're going to have some cloudy conditions, maybe tomorrow or the next day, which will lead to maybe some precipitation and small amounts of rain, although it is out of season, and then it leads to very cold days coming. Now, there's been cold days reported for later this week, and this is the calm before the coldness. Okay, so we're going to just carry on walking up in this direction and see what we can find. We've got a bit of a digging over here. Everyone wants to know what these lovely little things around my socks are. Now, these are very important, Evan. Can you see what's happened to my socks here? These little spiky goodies here. Now, those and many other things protect or get stuck in the socks. Socks are underneath the boots or underneath this. And these things don't get caught in my socks. There's nothing more frustrating than grass seed burrowing into your sock and constantly getting you there. Now, Paul is the proud owner of a brand new set of them. Look at those, brand new, arrived yesterday, didn't they? And boy, you happy with your gaiters? Devin, they're called gaiters, and I highly recommend them if you ever go walking in the bush to wear a pair of those. Some people wear these knee-high ones. Those I think are designed for snakes and things like that, but this is mainly for grass seeds. Prevent them getting into your socks and into your shoes. And either you're going to go with 20 pairs of socks, or you go with a couple of pairs of socks and a pair of gaiters, which is very handy. Okay, well, I just lost a slight bit of comms there, but it sounds like we've got Lauren back, so let's send you back over to her.
We just had the most incredible moment. 2 Egyptian geese were standing right in front of this crocodile's face. And they didn't seem to flinch. They've now gone behind him, I'm afraid. But many people ask, how do you know the difference between a crocodile and an alligator? Well, one says, see you later, and one says, in a while. Morgan gave me a side smile. No response from FC, but I thought it was pretty funny. I hope some of you are laughing. In a while, crocodile. See you later, alligator. But this is definitely a crocodile. And I promise you it's a real one. It looks rather frozen, rather frozen in time, shall we say. This animal is huge. And it's probably really difficult to hear me over the wind, but I'm not entirely sure what I can do about the wind. We may have to suffer it. Oh, it's actually howling now. Oh my goodness, the wind is howling. And the sort of growth rate of a croc is fascinating, that you can sort of gauge the age. So most hatchlings of Nile crocodiles are born at about 30 centimeters, which is 12 inches, and is exactly the length of a ruler. We all know the length of a ruler. And after that, they're said to grow about 30 centimeters, 12 inches a year. So they'll double, and then they'll add on and keep adding on from there. So if you think about it, a 2-year-old croc would be 90 centimeters, because it's born at 30, then 1 year later another 30, 60, then on the second year 90. So that's how you can sort of gauge the age, by measuring the length. And if you think of a 2 to 3 meter croc, sorry, I'm in meters here, but that's normally somewhere between 12 to 15 years old. And the largest croc ever found in South Africa, believe it or not, was between 5 to 6 meters long and weighed about 1 ton. That's scary stuff. And if they don't die, they can continue to grow for the rest of their lifetime. So you have to get close enough. You have to say, Mr. Crocodile, are you okay if I just measure you? And if they say yes, then you can gauge the age. Nikki, they are essentially territorial over their water body. So they're not going to scent mark or call or do any of the things that we're familiar with the cats doing, but they will fight with other males. It can be quite aggressive when you see 2 males fighting. So they are territorial over their little water body. It's really not nice seeing crocodiles fight. Lucy, I don't know. Croc, how long are you going to keep your mouth open, boy? Or girl? It's actually very, very difficult to sex a croc. The best way is to see them mating, or to actually get close to them and look at their genitalia. They have quite unique reptilian genitalia. But I don't know. It's a way of cooling down. He's trying to cool down right now. Through evaporative cooling, believe it or not. So basking in the sun to get enough energy from the sun in order to, well, he's ectothermic in order to get energy. But to avoid overheating, you've got to lose some of the heat that's not necessarily, and you do that through evaporative cooling, which is opening the mouth. So I have no idea how long he's going to open it for. All depends on the temperature. Because internal temperature. If he cools down, he'll close his mouth again. If he gets far too hot, he can go back in the water again. It's a crocodile's own sort of thermoregulation technique. Western, they don't have to eat all the time. So they're ectothermic, and similar to snakes actually, the low environmental temperatures will depress the metabolic rates of reptiles. So when it gets really cold, especially in winter, their metabolism slows down. That doesn't happen to humans, unfortunately. And in the exact same conditions, so low environmental temperatures, birds and mammals, i.e. us, our metabolism will normally be elevated to keep us warm. So it's a completely different internal mechanism. And when they do lower their metabolism, they don't need to eat much, and they have a really slow metabolism. So say they manage to swallow an impala. Crocodiles very often get impala that are drinking by the water's edge, or have maybe been chased into the water by dogs. If they get something like an impala, that will keep them going for a really, really long time. I think it would depend on the size of the prey, but if it's a big species of prey, then absolutely months on end they won't need to eat. Their primary, sort of the bulk of their diet is fish, but they're just extremely opportunistic. So if they do see an impala coming down to drink that they can get their jaws on, then they will. Okay, what a fascinating sighting with this croc. Can we zoom in any further on that tail? Morgan, I think the tip is there. The wind is shaking too much. I think I see the tip. If the tip is there, then it looks like it's Boris. It's not a he after all. But we are going to explore and see what else we can find around Chitwa. I'm just sitting here watching this incredible mammoth crocodile bask in the sun. There's some birds around, and Egyptian geese not too far away. Wind is howling. There's lots of things happening around this dam. So I thought we could just sit here and enjoy watching this stationary, non-moving crocodile. wind causing all the mini waves on the water body. Hope this wind calms down at some point.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Prylands and welcome to a beautiful example of a marula tree that has been damaged by an elephant. An elephant came along and just went straight through to the wood inside. Now this reddish inner bark is very well known when it's fresh and wet to be used as a local antihistamine. And you can see the sap that's actually pouring out of here from the wound, almost like our red blood cells trying to clot up and to prevent infection. Because essentially this small little wound here could lead to insect attack, and that could lead to the demise of the tree eventually. So this is trying to prevent it from being too badly injured. A piece broke off, antihistamine of the sap, and should we see what it tastes like? Quite hard. Pretty plain. Feels like candy. It's not candy. Impo? Are you sure? He doesn't want any. I'll save some of that for later. But the marula, everybody, such an important tree. You can see here that it's also been rubbed by the elephant, nice and smooth from the elephant's back. Very, very important tree. Francis, there are many, many trees that are poisonous. Generally, trees that have got a milky latex are poisonous, so avoid milky latex. And if I eat it, don't think it's always safe. I will often not eat things, but I know many of you out there like it when I eat things. Especially. Now, I've eaten many things from marula, so I know the marula is not poisonous, but milky latex, Francis. Okay, so this tree, probably one of the most important trees culturally among many of the tribes in these areas. First of all, it provides a lot of shade. A lot of rituals are done under it, especially in the summer months. A place for weddings. Beautiful big marula trees can provide an enormous amount of shade, and the fruits in the summer months produce a very nice beer. Of course, when you're at a wedding, there's always some form of beverage partaken in, and beer is a very common and popular one in the local traditions. Now, what can also be done before the first leaves, now it just goes to show that we've had a bumper year with rain, the marula's still got leaves. Normally, it should have lost its leaves by this point, but because we're quite high up on the landscape, but there's a high water table at the moment because of the rain, leaves are still there. But if we wait for spring, just before these leaves sort of emerge, you could take the bark of a marula, and it's been known to treat malaria and the symptoms of malaria, and tinctures can be used to prevent any fevers that might be generated. But one of my favorite things I like about the marula tree and the cultural belief that can be used, the powdered bark from the male or the female tree can be given to a pregnant female to determine the sex of the child. Now, I don't know how successful that is, but we do know that male and female trees occur with the marulas. Dioecious or monoecious, I always forget which one it is, but it basically means that the fruits are on one and the flowers are on the other. Something like that. But so we know there are male and female trees. Some people disagree. There's no male and female trees, but you often find no fruit on certain trees, and some trees have got lots of fruit. So you take the bark, the powdered bark from a male tree, if you want a boy, and the powdered bark from a female tree, if you're looking for a girl. Now, that's just the traditional belief that I'm passing on to you. I have no idea about how substantiated it might be. And Paul's laughing at me there. But a beautiful tree that is very, very important here in the landscape. And obviously it is very, very nice in Djuma. We see leopards in these, don't we? These are the trees we're always looking for. They're such a characteristic tree on the landscape, and being part of the mango family, their very juicy, tasty fruits are fed upon by pretty much everything that goes around. There are many, many uses of the bark, as we've already spoken about, and the fruits as well as the pods. Moonbeam, they might go a little bit yellow and then fall off as the plant withdraws some of the chlorophyll, but I haven't really noticed. You just notice they start to dwindle and fall off, and you'll often find them on the ground still a little bit green. So it's not like in many other countries we get the trees that lose the leaves, you get that complete change in colour beforehand. I can't say I've noticed that with the marulas as commonly as I do with many of the other trees that we do find that with. But talking about the leaves, infusions of the leaves are very, very effective and have been effectively used for treating diabetes and low blood sugar. But of course, if you do have medication from your doctor, please do stick with the medication that has been prescribed. Don't go silly run around and think that Steve has given you an idea of how to sort things out. These are just traditional beliefs handed down and passed on from generation to generation. The fruits are very high in vitamin C. We said that you can make a very nice beer out of them. They've been used for making jelly as well. And those of you who haven't tasted it before, there is an amarula cream, which is internationally proclaimed, which is very similar to Cape Velvet. And it is very tasty, creamy liqueur. I didn't get Lucy's question there, Gwen. I just got Lucy tree. And we do have trees here. I'm not sure what question you asked there. The nuts that we find inside the marula fruit are edible. You can make a very nice insecticide, which also works as a disinfectant. The oil is very rich in protein. Now, Lucy wants to know if we get gum trees here. Now, gum trees are normally very well referred to as eucalyptus trees. Now, there's no indigenous eucalyptus trees in South Africa. 270-odd species occur in Australia, but we do have many gums in South Africa that have been brought over by the old colonials to, revegetate areas. You find them all along the highways, every single between Johannesburg and Cape Town, all those little stops on the side of the road to have a little coffee. There's a gum tree. Maybe not at all of them, but a lot of them. So gums were brought over, and they are regarded as quite an invasive plant in South Africa, not being indigenous to here. We don't have koala bears to feed on them, but I don't know what feeds on gum trees here in South Africa, but the marula tree is a famous and a very profound tree that we do find around here. And so many wonderful uses. Another sort of discussion behind this tree and how important it is specifically for the Tsonga or Shangaan calendar is that in October, before the colonials or Westerners arrived in South Africa, there was no real January, February, March calendar in South Africa. People went by how the seasons sort of flowed, and what they looked at specifically in the landscape here, their October was basically marked by the flowering of the marula tree. So they'll see the flowers as they come out in October. November is marked by the slight fruiting of those flowers, because sometimes you get a late wind and it blows a lot of those flowers off. You don't see as many fruits. And then in January, the very nice example of the harvest is when the marulas are harvested, the beginning of the year, celebrations, marriage, rituals, and beer drinking.
everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
We've left Chitwa, everyone, unfortunately, and we are heading north, scratching around Cheetah Cut Line. Remember the day I found 4 cheetah on Cheetah Cut Line? That was a really good day. I like it when the roads make sense. Cheetah on Cheetah Cut Line. Oh, it was jolly good. It took me a while to realize I was looking at cheetah, but that's another story. Cannot hear you going because of this wind. Let's try this one again. I'm going to cover my ear. I'm not sure why you would think she's nomadic. She's still very much a territorial female. I guess Tingana went nomadic, if that's what you're thinking. She has a sub-adult. She has a youngster. And he's very much still with mom. He's not independent yet. And therefore, it would not benefit Tandy to go nomadic right now. No way. It benefits her and her offspring, which is the most important thing, to be territorial, to scent mark, to call, to saw, to scrape, to sort of spread your scent everywhere so that everyone knows that it's yours, because it protects you and it protects your offspring, and that's really important for Mareebs right now. Mareebs looks big, but really he's not. He's growing fast, but he's not big at all. Look at Simba and Mareebs together. Simba's huge. So she may go nomadic, I guess, in time, but right now with a youngster, with Mareebs the age he is, it really wouldn't benefit her to go nomadic. And we all know Tandy, she's rather feisty. She won't give up her territory. But yes, I guess with the case of Tingana, it just benefits Eaton. He just saved energy that way. There's a sort of lot of pressure on the males here. And maybe there's just a little bit too much pressure on the dominant males. And that's what sort of forced him to become nomadic. And I think he's loving life. I think Tingana's having the best time. It'd be interesting to see Tandy's progress. It'd be interesting to see if she has another litter. It's not impossible. Biologically, it's absolutely not impossible. If she comes into estrus again, she absolutely will mate. She'll still be fertile. So it'd be interesting to see what the future's like for Miss Tandy. into the reserve and see if it shelters us a little bit from this wind. And I believe Steve has something for you all on Bushwalk.
Well, welcome back to Pridelands. There's a bit of wind. It's not too bad here, but it is amazing how this wind has different sort of effects across the landscape. We're still in the low veld, but about 90 kilometers that way. There's Djuma, and they're feeling the effects a little bit stronger than we are. But we've got another tree. A tree that's probably almost as equally important, traditionally and culturally, as the marula. And this is the buffalo thorn, the Ziziphus mucronata, which is linked to many, many, many local traditions. And I have a way of linking it all the way to sort of the Middle East and to some sort of very religious beliefs as well. So the buffalo thorn, culturally, especially in Zulu tradition as well as in Tsonga tradition, is one that's believed to capture the spirit of a fallen person. If the body is lost or the person dies, wherever that might be, they use the buffalo thorn with those hooked thorns to catch the spirit, to take it back with the body to its resting place. It's possibly as a means of how it was originally used, or these branches are laid on the graves of kings and of chiefs, and probably initially was started off as a means of protecting the graves from hyenas, and slowly over a very long period of time that started to sort of pick up some traditional connotation towards the burial rite itself, the bringing of the spirit, and all sorts of folklore and stories sort of emerged from that. But the plant is very, very useful. Apparently, you can use the branch itself to ward off lightning strikes if you are sort of prone to lightning strikes, which I know a friend who's been hit by lightning twice and is still alive, so I think I might get him a branch of this. But what I wanted to say is that in Zulu folklore, they believe this tree to sort of capture the spirit, to bring it back to the resting place. Now, Ziziphus mucronata has got the straight and the hooked thorn, which in Zulu and in Tsonga tradition, always looking forward while always looking back. So looking to the future, but also honoring the ancestors behind you. So very nice story. And the way the branches move, they sort of go in this up and down manner. There are always ups and downs in life, and you always have to just sort of go with the flow. So a really nice way of looking at things and taking a plant and connecting that. But what I love about that very, very much, and how this connects sort of the traditional knowledge here from these areas all the way back to Christianity, and I have discussed this before. This is the jujube, the buffalo thorn, also known as Ziziphus mucronata. And there is a tree that was, and still does occur, up in the Middle East, a tree called Ziziphus spinocrista, which is the thorn of Christ. And if any of you have ever seen any depictions or images or of Jesus being crucified and the crown of thorns on his head, it is a straight and hooked thorn assemblage of branches, which is indeed a Ziziphus and a spinocrista. I have no doubt that the disciples and the prophets and whoever would have left those days and gone all over the world probably would have taken cuttings or branches of this tree as a form of reverence, and it's possible that that is even how the species speciated all the way down into Africa, and possibly how it even got transferred as a sort of means of cultural belief system into many of the Bantu-speaking tribes that originated further up in Africa long before coming all the way down here. So I love how we can interwove and interweave these traditions from a very sort of 2,000-year-old Christian tradition to very, very local, heartfelt Zulu and Tsonga traditions at the same time. So we're all connected, everybody. We all come from the same place, and I love how we can put it all together, because it really makes me feel special, makes me feel like everyone out there is my brother and sister, which we truly, truly are. And we're going to carry on, see what else we can find that's wonderful, and we're going to send you over there to Lauren, who's still on the move.
I haven't found anything. But you know what? As I said in my intro, you always have the trees. Anyone, Morgan. This is the point. Morgan's saying, which tree? Any tree. Now, I speak about this a lot, but I think it's something that we should always touch on, as Morgan's given you a beautiful view of the landscape, because we tend, because of the way we treat the animal kingdom, we tend to view trees just like animals. So we think, they must be competing. There's no way that, they're all going to share, blah, blah, blah. They must all be competing for resources. And they must all be competing for light and food and sugars and water and the roots. But let's think about it. If Morgan can just pan for you, you're going to see the landscape. And naturally you find different trees in different parts of the reserve because they require different soil types. So they won't all grow in every single part of the reserve. Some prefer drainage lines, some prefer clay soils and so forth. But let's just take marulas, because I think marulas are one of the easier trees to think about. We can all sort of relate to marula. We all love marula, especially amarula. Did I say that out loud? But if you're a marula tree, you think of your neighboring marula tree, what benefit are you going to bring to the ecosystem if you are competing with your neighboring marula, trying to grow taller to block out the shade, trying to make sure that your roots are longer so that you get up all the water? Are they really competing? Are they really striving, disconnected loners, hating on one another? That's how they used to be viewed, but there's a sort of revolution taking place, and trees are said to be more alert than we could ever imagine, more social, even more sophisticated. Yes, can you believe it? There's actually a substantial body of evidence now that shows trees of the same species, aka all the marulas, they're actually communal. Why would they need to compete with one another? A tree on its own is not going to be any good. A tree together is going to create a forest. One lone tree, it's not going to give you a forest, is it? So actually, when you think about it, it makes sense that trees are not competing. Why would they compete, especially intra-specifically within the same species? And there's also lots of evidence now that it says they have a sort of wood wide web. So all their roots are actually trying to connect with one another. So when you do look at the trees, you'll see that their roots will grow in the direction of one another, and fungi will build that bridge between the roots. Sorry about that. And they actually call, well, it goes a little bit deeper than that, but the fungi is assisting the roots to connect to one another. And it's almost said to be a symbiotic relationship between the roots of the tree and the fungi. And there's also evidence that suggests maybe there's an economic exchange going down there. Not dollars, no. In the environment, their currency is energetics. So are they exchanging stuff down there in terms of their own currency? The sugar is what fuels the fungi, so they're obviously taking sugar from the tree and other minerals and whatnot. And it's allowing the tree to share. So there's growing evidence that shows really young saplings that have positioned themselves in a deeply shaded part of the forest are going to lack sunlight. So how are they going to be able to survive? How are they going to photosynthesize? We all know that the leaves of a tree, they photosynthesize. And that's how the tree survives. It makes sugars, sends the sugars down, the water comes from the roots and so forth. So if you're in a completely shaded part of the forest, you landed unlucky, how are you going to survive? And the evidence shows that the network underground is your lifeline. Your parent trees are the ones that are going to pump you with sugar through the roots, through this network. And one of the sort of authors who's incredible of this novel called The Hidden Lives of Trees actually calls it, it's not too unlike a mother suckling its young. The older trees will pump the sugars to the younger trees that are not able to make sugar because they're in the shade. And one of the most perfect examples is there's actually a stump of a beech tree And it's huge, and it was felled about 500 years ago. And the stump to this day is still green with chlorophyll, as we know chlorophyll is green. And it turns out it's still alive, it's still thriving. Now, it was felled 500 years ago. Can you believe that? And what's happening is all the other beaches around it are keeping it alive. So it's not got branches, it's not got leaves, it's a stump, literally a stump. And all the other beaches are sending sugars and it's still got roots, so it can still get water, but it's sending sugars and all the minerals through the network. And it was also likened to elephants, this scenario, because just like elephants, the trees were reluctant to abandon their dead, especially when it was actually a big, old, huge mother tree, aka like a matriarch. So they didn't want to give up on this stump. So to this day, 500 years later, they're keeping it alive. Like you're saying, there's so much that we don't know. I completely agree with you. And this book is just mind-blowing. And I think it's really important that we stop thinking about, this tree right next to us, this dead knobthorn, is competing with the other knobthorn. They're both trying to compete. They want one another to die, and they both are trying to get the most amount of water. Why would they? Why, in terms of ecology, would that actually make sense when you think about it? We've believed this for years. But why would that make sense? This is an ecosystem you're looking at, what Morgan's given you a view of. It's a whole habitat. They're all thriving, they're all surviving, but would they thrive and survive without each other? No. They all need each other to be the ecosystem, otherwise they wouldn't be the ecosystem. I hope this all makes sense. Am I making sense, Morgan? He's nodding. But they're also suggesting now that maybe through this network, trees are sending chemical signals or even electrical signals. Can you believe that? And scientists are only just beginning to decipher this, so I'm not going to be too deep into it. But they're sending messages to one another. They are communicating underground. They will alarm. They will give distress signals. Isn't that absolutely amazing? These trees that we just think are big lumps of wood are actually thriving beings that are all connected through this intricate wood wide web. So at least when you don't find animals, at least you still have trees.
It is all connected through the mycelium in the earth. The fungus connects it all. Wonderful documentaries out about that these days. Everything is a living entity. Everything that thrives with the fungus has thrived. Everything that has benefited from the fungus or benefits the fungus in some way has thrived over eons.
we're still staring at the trees. But I mean, I don't have any animals. But just to continue this topic, because I find it interesting, and I hope that you guys too, but trees are the foundation of a forest. There wouldn't be a forest without trees, I've already said that. But a forest, the way we view it from above ground, is so much more than you see. Underground, there's another world. And I sometimes touch on groundwater and things like that because we get so used to just talking about the same things. But there's so much happening underground. There's another world. In fact, there's a world of infinite biological pathways that are connecting the trees, that are allowing them to communicate and behave almost as if it's a single organism. So let's stop thinking about trees as individuals. What if they're a unit, an organism, all sort of pulsating and blending in together? And that's where the link to sort of intelligence comes in. You've got to think about the example with the giraffes that we already know. I mean, in the hot days, giraffes will chew acacia leaves. And the trees immediately notice this injury. They know they're being chewed. So immediately, they will emit a distress signal. And this is actually in the form of ethylene gas. So upon detecting this gas, all the neighboring acacias pick up this immediately know that it's a distress signal, and they start pumping tannins to their leaves. Pump, 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 pump. Get the leaves filled with tannins because it's very distasteful and not pleasant for the herbivores. And immediately the giraffes don't want it. And if tannins are consumed in enough quantities, the organism will die like kudos. And of course, giraffes are now aware of it. The evolutionary arms race constantly going on. And that's why giraffes actually browse into the wind, believe it or not, so that the warning gas, this ethylene gas, doesn't reach the trees ahead of them. But by and by, the giraffe story, what that's telling you is the trees are talking to one another. They're trying to protect one another. Hey guys, there's a threat in the form of giraffes. And they're warning each other. There's an entire system at play. And there's actually this fantastic example that through leaves, trees can actually detect scents. And I guess that qualifies as a sense of smell. I know it's a little bit bizarre, but I guess if they're detecting scents, are they smelling? So when specific trees like elms or pines come under attack from the leaf-eating caterpillar, they detect immediately the caterpillar's saliva and they start releasing pheromones. The trees pump out the pheromones, and the pheromones immediately attract parasitic wasps. They smell this and they think, we like the smell. And the wasps come down and they actually lay their eggs inside the caterpillars, which is not very pleasant, I know. And the wasps' larvae eat the caterpillars from inside out. So it's really not nice for the caterpillars, but how smart is that for the trees? We're under attack from the caterpillars. Pheromones, 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 wasps, come here, save us. How incredible is that? Did the trees know exactly what pheromones to release to get to the wasps? And going even further than that, there's some studies that show trees know the taste of deer saliva. So when a deer is biting the branch or eating the leaves, the tree immediately pumps chemicals to the leaves to make them taste bad. But if a human goes up to that tree and pulls the leaf or breaks the branch, the tree actually knows the difference. And immediately it will send a different chemical to heal the wound rather than to taste bad, because they know it's not a threat, it's not a deer, it's not deer saliva. Isn't that incredible? So if a deer, they send a different chemical to deter the deer, but if we walk up to that same tree and break the branch, then immediately they know it's not a deer, so we're just going to heal the wound. It's been an accident. It's just baffling, mind-blowing. And I think that if you are interested in the book, it's called The Hidden Life of Trees, and I think we've got to think a little bit broader. We've got to think wider. I'm talking about myself as well. Instead of just thinking this is an individual knobthorn, it's dead. I know it's a knobthorn. I can identify. It looks like it has been sort of ring-barked by elephants, and it's when it was alive, it would have been in competition with the next knobthorn. So that's not actually true. I don't think it is, at least. And there's overwhelming amounts of scientific evidence now showing exactly that. And Megan, you're saying this is so interesting. It's fascinating. It's really, really fascinating, and that's what I love to learn about the trees. Instead of just going into the individual species of trees, which all have their unique features and medicinal properties, what about going a little bit deeper than that? What is actually happening under the ground right now that we are not aware of? All their roots are connected with fungus. Are you guys all talking about me right now? Are you? Morgan, if you see me talking to trees in camp, just ignore it. But all in all, I just think humans get used to thinking about things one way, and then actually we realize maybe it's a whole different way. And the author of this book, he actually used to be a forester. He used to fell trees for a living, cut them down, grow them, cut them down, and obviously sell the wood. And it was over time that he started to realize, why is that stump still alive? Or why is the tree reacting that way? Or why has that happened? And then slowly he started to realize, I don't want to cut down trees anymore. I don't think this is right. It's an amazing book. Ian, can you smell them? I can. I can't smell any tree signals. I mean, maybe there's a scent. I obviously gave lots of different examples there. Maybe there's a scent that we could pick on, but we're not going to be able to understand that that's a distress pheromone. We're not going to understand the scent. So maybe we could smell like a bitter smell or a sweet smell. I don't know what the smell is that attracts the wasps, but I imagine it would be sweet. So sort of honey smell. Maybe we can smell that, but what does that mean? We don't understand it. We're not equipped with the internal technology, if you like, to understand what that smell means. So possibly some of the scents are there that our nostrils will pick them up, but we're not going to understand what it means and what that distress signal actually is, and how immediately those parasitic wasps pick up on it. Fascinating stuff. Sometimes when you can't find any animals out here, you can talk about other stuff that you don't normally speak of. But I am going to try and find some animals for you all now. Wish me luck.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
As one of the industry's best and FAGASA-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a FAGASA-accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Welcome back to Pridelands, everybody, and another beautifully magnificent tree that has been damaged by elephant. Now, this is a tree that many people that I know of, many people that I've spoken to over the years, says only occurs down at the bottom of the slope and on termite mounds. Now, here in Pridelands, that has not had huge elephant impact for a long time, has got many of them. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there. There's a whole grove of them right here where we sit. False marulas, right up on top of the hill. How did they get here? Now, they also, like the marula, are part of the mango family. And the difference quite often seen in the bark. The bark is these large strips of bacon, rather when in the marula, golf ball pucker marks. The leaves are quite different, very similar though, but the leaves of the false marula, looking over there, you see that they're quite bright green in colour, and they don't have the little leaflet stalk that the marula has got. So it makes it quite easy to identify. But the false marula, Lauren is talking about fungus and the connection of fungus to plants. And now the marula, or the false marula, should I say, the roots have got a very fine fungusy layer on them that are very well used traditionally. But fungus is just a magnificent creature on its own, everybody. Everything that fungus has adapted with has thrived on this planet, and there's huge amounts of work and studies going forward now showing how everything on this planet is connected through fungus mycelium, which I think is fantastic. But this tree here, the false marula, has been pushed over. Here's a root out of the ground. It's still alive. Still alive because the roots are connected there and connected behind me. But it can be used. I forgot what I was going to say, because the fungus has actually been known to be sniffed, and it's been well known for forgetfulness. What was I going to say again? Forgetfulness. If you want to forget something, this is a tree for doing so. If you happen to have in some traditional, there's a little bit of the fungus, a little ball of it there, a little powdery stuff. So I'm not going to sniff that because I'll forget everything I was about to say. But the Swati cultures believe that this is the tree of forgetfulness. A tree that if you have a dispute with your loved one, you can come and sit under this tree. Possibly you can use the bark or the roots to help to forget. So say we have a disagreement, we can sit under this tree, can resolve our disagreement, and we can walk away forgetting what we've gone through. So a very nice way of resolving. The marula is the bringing together, the marriage tree, and the false marula is the forgetting tree. So a tree that some people believe is to invoke evil, not evil, but benevolent spirits, which can help in healing as well as protection. Now, I'm not sure which tribe that is. I've come across that reference before, just saying some cultures believe, but definitely in the Swati, the guys who come from Swaziland, they believe it to be the tree of forgetfulness, and that's why I forgot everything that I was going to say. I'm only joking, but a very nice tree that elephants do enjoy. I'm going to jump across picture real quick. You can see how the elephants have enjoyed it over here. They've damaged the bark. Looking for the nutrients. Now, I've used this tree before to make a very nice dye. It makes a purple dye when you mix it with salt and you boil it in water and put something in there. It goes nice and purple. If you like purple, purple is my favorite color. So definitely the best tree for sorting out my white clothing. Purple. If you don't like purple, stay away from this tree. But anyway, Lauren has got something of interest, something I believe that would like this tree.
It's not a tree. We found some elephants. What a joy. Best piece of advice I ever got from James Hendry was, if it looks like a marula but it's not, it's a false marula. Thanks, James. But actually it works. You're like, that looks like a marula, but it's not. Aha, it's a false marula. Nailed it. The sun is starting to go. You see that golden glow behind that Ellie? Now, one thing I wanted to mention about trees before I forget as we watch this youngster was, like any tree, they crave sunlight. They need sunlight. They can't survive without it. But down below the canopy of a really thick, dense forest, said about only 3% of light is available down there. So naturally, the shorter, smaller trees, the saplings, they are going to struggle. So how actually are they staying alive? Of course it makes sense that something's helping them if they've not got access to sunlight. And the book describes one tree. You know when you see these trees that are just growing at the most ridiculous angle and their trunk is contorted and they bend and they curve and it just looks like they're making nonsense? The author called these the class clowns because they're trying to reach more light, but actually they don't really need to. They should just accept their position in the forest and understand that all the other trees around will pump them sugars, will keep them alive. So these trees that grow at all sort of angles, he called them the class clowns, and instead of growing straight and just being true and patient, like all the other sensible ones, these class clowns will eventually die. It doesn't matter what the parent trees or the mother tree is feeding him or pumping him with, they will die because they have contorted themselves beyond the realm that is possible for that tree. So when you do see those trees growing like that, you can think, aha, that's the class clown. Are you the class clown, little one? There was also a really cool study about kin recognition. We talk about this, right? We talk about animals being able to recognize their kin in various different species, especially elephants. They definitely can. But it was proven in Douglas firs. Firs, yes. Using seedlings, researchers actually showed that related pairs of trees recognized the root tips of their kin. Can you believe that? I'm going to explain in just a moment. So it's not just animals. Elephants absolutely can recognize their kin. They have to. How does that youngster know who his mom is? How does he know who to get milk from? Has to be able to recognize through audio, through scent. Is this okay here, Morgan? It's not going to be the best views, but there's some other elephants coming from the other side. So kin recognition is something that really fascinates me. How do you recognize your own in the animal kingdom if you're a fish or you're a leopard or you're an elephant? But it's been proven in trees. So with the Douglas firs, these young seedlings, they recognize, related pairs of trees actually recognize the root tips of their own. Because when they are placed with their own seedlings and unrelated seedlings, it was actually shown that they favor their own seedlings and they sort of pump them with sugars and carbon and all sorts that they need to stay alive through this special network. So how do they recognize their own? How do they know their own seedlings from unrelated seedlings from other trees? Do they recognize by scent? Is it through scent receptors in the tree roots? Nobody knows. But when they did an experiment with the firs, put their own seedlings and other seedlings, they only looked after their own seedlings and ignored the others across the board. Fascinating. Whereas at least with elephants, they do all sort of allo-mother. So they don't allo-suckle, but they will allo-mother. So at least if one youngster's lost or he can't quite locate his mom, or he's distressed, or he's tripped up and fallen over a log, or he's just taken a tantrum, the others will pacify him, and the others will calm him down, and the others will also play a huge role in his development. They say that young elephants do recognize all their kin, be it mom, aunts, elders, siblings if they're a twin. Kin recognition is really important. You don't want to kill your own bloodline. That wouldn't make sense, would it? And although infanticide does happen in the sort of predators, they're not killing their own. They're killing those cubs that they don't think are their own. Rhonda, I thought I had this book with me. I have a mountain of books with me. Tristan loves coming up to this box to have a look at what books I've got. He's always like, Lauren, can I have a little look in your box? But I haven't got it, unfortunately, but it's called The Hidden Life of Trees. And it's by a German man. Probably going to mess up the pronunciation, but he's known as a tree whisperer, and his name is Peter Wolleben. But that doesn't sound very German. Wolleben. Wollhaben. I don't know. Maybe Morgan knows. He spent a lot of time in Germany, didn't you?
Never been.
Oh, you've never been to Germany. Okay. Well, it's Peter Wohleben, and he's known as a tree whisperer. He has a really rare understanding of the inner lives of trees. He's completely switched up his life from felling them to really investigating the entire internal workings of a tree. And it's just a fantastic book. And it just really blows my mind. It gets us thinking outside the realm of what we normally think about. I ordered a new book. BK's bringing it very shortly. And Darby said, Lauren, why have you ordered a new book? We've not got space for all these books. Who's going to carry this book? I'm like, it's okay, Darby, don't worry. At least it's not shoes. At least I'm not buying a lot of shoes. It's just a book. Okay, these elephants might disappear, but we are going to try and stay with them a little bit longer.
Good luck staying with your elephants. We have decided to stop and spend a moment or two on a rock in a tree with the setting sun in the west.
we're back up and running. We've had a slight little tech issue that we needed to deal with on Rusty, but we sorted out again. So just kind of was coming back out to try and see if there's any sign of Kara or anything up this side. And we managed to catch up with the buffalo already. They've moved a long, long way. Can't see much of them at the moment. They're just coming through this thicket, but they're heading towards kind of Sydney's Dam. I was hoping that they were going to come more on the clearing than the edge of the thicket, but for some reason they don't want to walk over the clearing. I don't know why. Generally buffalo at this time of the day are quite happy to be in open spaces because they know it's when the cats are starting to get mobile. But you can just see slowly butts and horns and tails flicking through that long grass and thick bush. And like I say, they're heading straight towards Sydney's Dam at the moment. From where they are now to where that dam is, I reckon they're about 20 minutes away, not even 15 minutes away if they walk fast. But yeah, they should make it just after the sun sets. It'll still be nice ambient light they can drink, and then they often find a nice little place to lie up. The good thing though is this herd is heading the right way to bring the lions back. The Talamati Pride is inside Manyeleti at the moment, and if they go to Sydney's Dam from there into Manyeleti is very close. It's like 500 meters. So they can go in there, and then hopefully that'll attract the Talamatis to start coming back to our side. They're starting to come out in front of us on the road here. They'll soon be visible, which will be nice. And behind us too. Oh, wonderful, David. Don, best buffalo hunters that I've seen out of the coalitions, Mapochos and Birmingham's, when the Birmingham's were still 5, were the 2 really good ones. Machingalans weren't bad as well. But yeah, the Birmingham males, see the thing is it's tricky because the Birmingham males came in at a time when it was the drought, and so they absolutely hammered buffalo through that period, just before the drought and then leading up to the drought and through it. They were seriously harsh on buffalo. So they kind of were standouts because I just saw lots of buffalo kills with them. See, that bull's busy browsing, the lead one. Interesting. So they probably the standouts, but the Mapochos were pretty efficient when they were the 6 together. Matimbas in 2012, when they also were 6, we used to find them quite regularly on buffalo kills too. Yeah, I think those large coalitions like that generally do well. You know, the more males there are, the stronger and more powerful they can be as a collective. And so you end up with a situation where they really do quite well. So yeah, but Birmingham's probably is the ones that I've seen the most buffalo kills with, just because when they were 5 together before, you know, the one died because he died quite early on. But even when they're 4 were together, they were still pretty efficient at hunting buffalo, those guys. But then again, the buffalo were quite weakened, so, you know, it's a difficult measure, really. All herd is coming now. Nice just to listen to them walking through the bush. I think they're quite thirsty now, so they're wanting to get to water quite quickly. So even though they're feeding as they go, the herd is pushing quite quickly through to try and get to the water as fast as possible. Some beautiful light on these bulls as well, and cows that are coming through that little gap. Oof, look at the wound on this female in front here. She's got a massive wound on her side. Shame, girl. The oxpeckers will not be helpful on that wound. That will be a wound that they'll peck at and open up and just keep kind of fresh so that they can drink the blood from it. Let's see if the little calf joins her. There we go. Good. I like little baby buffalo. They're cute animals. It's amazing, though, that a wound like that on a human would be considered quite serious, but on a buffalo, that's pretty par for the course. It's not really anything you'd worry about too much. She'll heal from that pretty easily. Isn't it beautiful just to have all these buffalo again? So cool. Alright, well, we'll let our buffalo kind of cross the road and then we'll meander on and see what else we can find. In the meantime, it sounds like Steve is admiring the scenery.
Thanks, Tristy, and welcome back to Pridelands, everybody, where we've decided it is time to just enjoy a silent moment with the sunset and just take some time to take some deep breaths, reflect on your week ahead. It is Monday after all. Who just loves South African sunsets. And Virginia says that they are amazing. Yes, they are. I'm truly blessed to be able to share them with you. I'll try and do so every day while I'm here.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time, it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, copy. I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We're actually just sitting here admiring the skyline, the sunset. It's not the best views of the sun setting, but you can see the dramatic skyline.
Yeah, please check on your western side. You will see me.
Sorry, Gwen, I didn't quite get that one more time. Benson, think about it. What's the one process that keeps trees alive? It's photosynthesis, right? And photosynthesis happens in the chlorophyll in the leaves of trees. And that's essentially how they sustain. That's their way of life. And it's basically the process by which they use sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide, which is what we exhale, and they produce oxygen and energy in the form of sugars.
So being nocturnal, maybe there is activity at night time that we're not aware of. But in terms of when you describe an animal, look at impala. So impala are primarily diurnal, but we do see them at nighttime, and they do move at nighttime. They also try to rest at nighttime, but someone's always got to be the lookout. So they are active to a sense at nighttime, but they're primarily diurnal. So with trees, they have to be primarily diurnal because they need the sunlight. That's what sustains them. That they don't go hunting. Imagine a tree hunting. Sorry, it's been a long day. And they don't sort of go fishing with their branches or their arms. They create their own food. They generate their own food from sunlight, and it's called photosynthesis. So I don't think trees could ever be classified as nocturnal, but it doesn't mean there's not activity going on there that at nighttime. They could be communicating through this network. They could be pumping sugar, sharing, communicating. But I think it's safe to say that all trees are definitely primarily diurnal. And that's why it's important to plant trees. Global warming stemming from carbon dioxide. We plant trees, they take the carbon dioxide and they convert it to oxygen. They do the exact opposite of what we do. We breathe in oxygen, breathe out carbon dioxide. Plant more trees, everyone. Or just don't cut them down in the first place. We're decimating forests all across the world at such a rapid rate. It's devastating. There's so much we don't know about the Amazon rainforest, and yet we're just absolutely decimating it without even really properly understanding it, understanding all the species that live there. It's scary. We need to do what we can to protect these forests. At the end of the day, they are our lifeline. And what's that quote that says, if trees gave us Wi-Fi, we would definitely plant a lot more of them. They would be everywhere. Well, they don't give us Wi-Fi, do they? So people tend to not care about them, but they do give us oxygen. So what would you rather have, everyone? Oxygen or Wi-Fi? Morgan?
Tough question, eh?
Morgan's been cheeky, everyone. Okay, let us bumble. I feel like we may catch a predator on the move. After all our tree talk, we may in fact get lucky with a hunting tree. Morgan just dropped his radio. Are you having a good time there, Morgan?
Great.
Imagine a hunting tree running. You just see a marula going to catch its dinner. That would be another world. Avery, the wild dog. When was the last time I heard about the wild dog? I'm guessing you mean the packs. I haven't heard about any of the packs. I do believe, well, the Pungwe pack is really no more, but I do believe the Sans pack was found recently further south than us. But yeah, it's been very, very sort of scarce on the wild dog front here. But that normally happens. What I tend to find, they aren't territorial after all. They're vagabonds. They go wherever they want to go. And you often find that they sort of stick to an area for a few weeks and then they'll move and sort of stick to an area. So we have long periods with no dogs on the property. And our traverse is only Djuma and Chitwa these days. It's very small. And then sometimes the dogs are everywhere on the property and it's just mayhem, absolute chaos, shall we say. But I think the Sans pack were around not too long ago, but I haven't had any updates, I'm afraid. I'm sure we'll hear the soon enough. I love that call. It does not sound like it's coming from a dog. Okay, hold on, Morgan. This road is really something else. All good? All good? Still all good? Okay. That was really bumpy. It's one of the worst roads in the entire... Kyle, not all birds, but many birds. And it really depends on what predators you're sort of referring to. There's aerial predators, mammalian predators. Some birds will also get alerted when the monitor lizard is after them, or any animal that preys on the small birds. It's not just the predators that we often think of as in the lions, the leopards, the hyenas, and the wild dogs. But many, many birds do alarm call. Not your raptors, really. They sort of can give a distress call, but really not so much a... Okay, Tristan and Darby's here. He wants to talk to me, everybody. Are you trying to sign to me, Tristan? Need to teach him some BSL. Hi, guys. What are you up to? Where is it?
It's north of Kakipiri Pan. You know where that is? Straight up this road, straight to the north, clearing. There, yeah.
Okay, Tavangumi isn't.
I'm happy to carry on and hold the show for a while.
Alrighty.
Yeah, there's still lots of food there. So.
Okay, cool beans. Enjoy. We're just, I don't know, we've been having one of these drives in Boo-Boo. We're talking about hunting trees. Trees that hunt. Bye, guys. Okay, Tavangumi has been found in Bufusuk. So it means I will need to get on this radio. Tristan didn't have any signal, I'm afraid. Or not Tristan, it's not Belize's signal, but Rusty. So Wendy's going to try. But in order for me to get there, I really need to get on this radio and call myself in. It's a bit naughty that I've started this approach. Station on lock with Tavangumi. Come in for Lauren.
Bye.
I'm going to send you guys to Tristan and I'm going to try and get some signal. If Tristan's left, am I able to take that spot at the sighting? Is there any space available?
Well, hopefully Lauren will have more luck than we did with Tavangumi. He's sitting on a kill there. I've had signal in that area before, but it's always a little bit touch and go. But Wendy always does perform a lot better on that side than what Rusty does. So maybe Lauren will have more luck. So you guys might be stuck with me for a while Lauren tries, which is either unfortunate or good, depending on who you are. Either way, we'll try and make it entertaining. Nice to see him, though. He's looking magnificent as always. Old Click Finger. He's now got this little pet nickname in camp called Clickfinger because there was a mix-up with the radios the other day, and Andrew wasn't sure what the name or what the meaning of his name was, and so he asked Trish, and Trish radioed to FC, and FC radioed, and Andrew misunderstood, and he thought Klipspringer was Clickfinger. So now in camp we call him Clickfinger. Yeah, it's always funny, and now it makes me chuckle every time I think about it. But yeah, he's looking good and healthy. He's got a young Impala ram kill. I've obviously been on it for probably already a day. So yesterday, and then through the night, and then the whole of today, obviously. Back legs, bit of the ribs still showing, and obviously the forequarters. So yeah, that's good news. Buffalo also, unfortunately, I've gone into an area where I can't follow them any further. So now I'm just kind of toying with where I'm going to go. What I think I'm going to do is just go down, go and check Gallagher Pan. Marcel was saying that there was squirrels alarm calling, which we know is not reliable, but possible that something's milling about there. So we'll go and just check around that side. From that section, I then might cut south and kind of west again back to that same area I've been in the whole afternoon. Well, going back and forth to the whole afternoon, because we've been having to go to camp a couple times, and just check if nothing pops out there. So that's going to be the kind of modus operandi for the rest of our afternoon, I think, or evening. April, yes. Funny enough, I have, and more than once, unfortunately, where buffalo is charged. In a vehicle, not anything too serious in a vehicle. Only when lions have been chasing them, which is not their kind of fault. They're just trying to not be eaten, which means that I would also run wherever I wanted to if a lion was attached to my behind. So I've been in sightings where buffalo have clattered into cars twice while being hunted by lions. It's always at night, and always because people turn their spotlights on or their lights on the car, and the animals run there because they can see that there's nothing in front, but what they can't see is what's behind the light, and so they clatter towards the light and then they hit the cars, unfortunately. So it's a good thing if you're ever somewhere and I'm not sure a lot of you will ever be in a position where you would be driving your own vehicle, but if you were, you'd have to turn off your lights when lions are hunting buffalo, and you should be all right. But then on foot, I've been chased twice by buffalo. The one time was actually quite strange. We were part of a tracking team at Singita. And so if guides were off there, you would go out in the mornings just to help the rest of the guys. And we kind of went out. I think there was, I don't even remember, maybe 8 of us, I don't know, somewhere around there, 7, 8 of us. And we were tracking a leopard and found where it had a kill in a tree, but she had disappeared. And so we were trying to kind of see where she had gone. And as we kind of got to where the kill was and saw the kill, we backed away. And as we backed away, these buffalo came out, and it was on an old airstrip, which is very, very long and all cut and so easy to see. And the buffalo were at the far end of the airstrip, but a long way away, far enough that it wasn't even a concern that these buffalo were going to do anything. And all of a sudden the buffalo just kind of picked up their noses, and they started kind of walking towards us at first, and the walk became a trot, which became a full-on run. And this group of, I don't even remember how many buffalo it was, but it wasn't a lot. It was like 3 or 4 males came flying towards us, and you've never seen 8 guides scatter as quick as that. And it ended up some guys making it to the vehicle and jumping in, and other guys up trees, and everyone just kind of panicked and had to find what they needed to get out the way. And the buffalo came thundering past and ended up going, and a couple of the guys chose very poorly when it came to trees. One guy chose a bit of a thorn tree and didn't look very good after he'd gotten up there. And actually, because of that whole story, we were sitting talking about it when we got back to camp, and the guys were telling us that there was once a guy at Singita, but it just goes to show how it can happen. But anyway, he got chased by buffalo, and the closest tree that he had to him was a knobthorn. Now, knobthorns are incredibly thorny trees, and this particular ranger hadn't worn underwear that day, which is a weird thing, and that's a whole other subject and conversation. But anyway, he hadn't worn underwear, and in his haste to get up, he had gotten up safely, but the tree had in the process hooked everywhere, including his scrotum, which left him in a severe amount of pain, because once the adrenaline of the buffalo running off, he had to realize now I had to get out of said tree, and he was hooked rather badly, and it was not a very pleasant process apparently, and the poor guy was quite the worse for wear after that. So, buffalo out here are something you've got to be a bit careful of. Don't really want your nether region stuck in a knobthorn because of them, so choose the tree wisely, is normally the case. Don't climb a knobthorn. That's my tip of the day. for those of you that are interested. But yeah, buffalo can be funny animals. I also know 2 people that have been hit by buffalo, and that's not funny. They've unfortunately been quite badly injured by them. I know somebody that was caught and they were ripped up their back, so from below their buttocks. The horn got in there, and then as the buffalo tossed them, it ripped all the way up, and they ended up with, I can't even remember, I think it was like 80-something stitches up their back. And the only reason they survived, and they were managed to grab that person and drag them undercover into a place where, you know, they were the buffalo couldn't get to them. But right now, I don't know why, but Rusty is just not winning today at all, because now apparently our signal's not doing very well either, even though camp is right there and we're very close to the mast, but that's the way it is. So anyway, we'll kind of, you know what we should do actually, while we're sitting here talking about buffalo and things, we might as well do map time. It's a good time to do maps because we can't go anywhere, and Lauren I don't think has any signal, so we'll do map time instead. Basically what we can discuss, rather than changing the subject from buffalo and getting yourself impaled by one or a tree, we can just discuss quickly with leopards what's been going on, and maybe also the lion prides, depending on how much time we have. But a lot of you have lately been quite interested in the movements and things like that, and so we'll start kind of where Tavangumi is right now. So he is over here on this road that comes down this section. You can see Hardical Camp there. So he's on this road at the moment. What's been very interesting with Tavangumi is when he first came in, this section here, so if you kind of take a line and cut it across like this and in towards there and round like that, that was his little area, and it was almost daily that he was around this section. Something has happened in the last 3-4 weeks that's pushed him, and he's now spending all his time pretty much at Hardical. There's a dam there, and they're seeing him there every 2-3 days, hanging around there where he's made his killers over here. So he's just kind of moving about in this section. And it's interesting because when I was here recently with guests, we had Tortoise Pan come in, and he crossed in here like this for Yetela access, and then he walked up towards this sort of baobab camp, and he got to the boundary here, and then he turned around and went back. And I wonder if maybe Tortoise Pan isn't pushing a little bit, and that's why Tavangumi's just relocated slightly. This whole section around here is vacant at the moment. Inklangula doesn't really like to push into that section there. His kind of line that he walks is that he comes down here on Poachers Road and around, and then he takes down like this, and he cuts across all the way along here, down towards this section, and then he bends back up like this along here and kind of through, and then up towards there and into the Manyeleti. So a really large territory that he's got, and so that's his kind of area. So Tavangumi's got a space there that he can fill in. As for kind of Mulawati from the south and Tortoise Pan, Mulawati is still very active around, obviously, camp. We see him at the dam camp, we hear him quite often. And his tracks the other day went in here, Aubrey's Road, he scent marked, and then he normally cuts west from there, and he comes into Arathusa and then down, and his is all this stuff at the bottom in this section. And then you'll find that Tortoise Pan is just coming in a little bit because I think he's trying to kind of take over from where Hukumari is. So that's the kind of male layout, and then quarantine in the far east. But we'll get into the females just now. I'll try and see if I can reposition where we can get a little bit of a better signal. See how we go.
We're just bumbling along the cut line in the darkness. It really doesn't look that dark to you guys, but it's quite dark for us now. Just gonna keep my ear on the radio. This crepuscular hour is not good for the human eye. None whatsoever. Our guys are not very well equipped. So I'm just going to bumble, see what I can find. Bumble along with me. Chilly also. I think I'll need to zip up my jacket soon. Gumi mission also didn't work. It's just a... I don't have the full soak anymore, I'm afraid, in terms of signal. Which is rather sad. It would be nice to catch up with them. And he's been pushed. He's not territorial, but he definitely knows where he can't set up shop. And I have yet to meet Mr. and he's on my list. I really, really want to meet him. Place for himself, somewhere that he can fit in. I can't have another dominant male leopard, a huge one, really sort of do damage to him. Apparently we're losing signal here. At least there's a beautiful skyline to look at.
Well, you're back with us. We've managed to get to a point where we should be fine now. I'm hoping that we won't have another signal issue because it's been plaguing me this afternoon. So we just need to get our spotlight out. But I was busy with kind of territorial maps and things like that. I might as well just continue just to finish up. David, do we have enough light for this? We do. Oh, wonderful, David. That makes me joyous in my heart. All right, so basically we covered the buoys. Like I say, quarantine is kind of on the eastern side. What there isn't at the moment is this little section here. Seems to be a little bit weird. We don't really know what's going on in here. I think the presence of Inhlangula pushing down and Mulawati coming this way, that's probably kind of filling enough of the space.
Doesn't look great with the lights.
Doesn't look great with the lights. Okay, David. Sorry, man. It's okay, David. Don't worry. You know, we tried. It's all about trying. But be better. Remember when Kirsty used to tell us that? All right, so no female territory map, unfortunately for you guys. So we're not going to do that today. We'll do that at some point, though. Hopefully when we get a stationary leopard or something one day and it's sleeping, we can be able to kind of go through it. But anyway, what was I saying before that, David? I've lost my train of thought, which is usual because I'm getting older these days, and so, you know, get a bit scatterbrained and things don't always follow along. It happens. But anyway, what we're going to do now is we're going to head back this road here, is where there's tracks for that, what looks like a young male and a female walking up. And then there was tracks for a female going down, and there's tracks for a female cutting it. So what I'm going to do is just drive this road very, very slowly now, and we'll head back to where the freshest of the tracks was, which is at a junction just down the road here, and maybe just stop and listen for a little bit. You never know, maybe this is a mating pair. It could be. I can't think of any other possible scenario for these tracks to be anything else other than that, because we don't have any females with big male cubs at the moment, and before everyone says Thandi and Marips, it's not possible where we are here. This is far, far, far for them, and we know that Semba and Shasha are no longer with their moms. So it's not going to be either of them. Shadulu, if she's got cubs, would be far too little, and there's no really any females that could have had anything at this stage. So I suspect maybe, just maybe, it could be one of the young boys. When the young males start to leave their moms, like the likes of Shasha, Tsemba, Ngoboswan, these guys start to travel a little bit. And I mean, there was even that male from Timbavati recently that Lauren had, and they then can kind of move. And maybe what happened was a female moved, and we know Kalamba particularly has been scent marking this route lately, and after seeing her the other day, she doesn't look pregnant, so maybe she's coming into an estrous cycle, and so young boys are following the scent of this female leopard and kind of coming up. That could be what it was. I don't have any other explanation for it. At first, when I first saw the track, I was like, oof, it's possible that's because of the substrate, it was quite soft, that maybe a large female, but it's not. When I checked up further, it's definitely a young male. Lauren, you're asking, is there a reason why there's so many leopards coming into Djuma? So probably find that the leopard population, firstly, within the Sabi Sands itself is high. All right, so these little leopards have got young males, have got to go somewhere, and that's from kind of Timbavati, Manyeleti, Kruger National Park, and the Sabi Sands. They've got to kind of move and find ways to get there. Now, when you take the movement of these animals and you factor in that to our east, inside the Kruger National Park, there is not a huge amount of water, and the terrain to the east of us typically opens out a little bit. It becomes a little bit more grassland area, and while there are nice drainage lines there, probably not as great a habitat for leopard, and not as high a prey density with the lack of water. So that means that here we've got a situation where it's a desirable and favorable area for cats to come to. And so when they're on this nomadic patrol, they get pushed into these areas as they follow water lines, drainage lines, prey density. And then when they get here, obviously there's a lot of competition, and they figure it out from there, and territory sizes just become quite small. So that could be one thing. A lot of the cats that we're talking about at the moment are actually not big travelers. They're all cats that originate very close by. So Ngoboswan is just south in Mala Mala towards the Sand River as the crow flies, not very far. Tavangumi to Singita as the crow flies, not very, very far. You know, this male that Lawrence saw from the Timbavati, while it is further, a lot further, it's not unusual. If you look at Hukamuri and his movements, and even the male leopard that used to be dominant at Ngala called Fountains Tom, we used to know him here as Matimba. He was Safari's last born son, so the grandmother of Thandi, and he distributed that way. And so it's not that far for young male leopards to go, but I suppose what's happening is just that there's a density, and they get pushed and pushed and pushed, and because we're the western boundary of the Kruger, the animals hug that boundary and try and kind of find area that they can utilize, and that's maybe why we're seeing more leopards here. We're also in a choke point. The way that the kind of reserve works is that, if you can imagine, I obviously can't show you the map right now, but essentially Manyeleti and Buffelshoek come down and the Sabi Sands comes here, and so it chokes them at the gate, and Djuma is right there at that gate point. So when the animals distribute and they come down through Kruger, Manyeleti, Timbavati, they have to funnel into Djuma first before they can then funnel into the rest of the Sabi Sands. And so that could also be a reason why we're seeing an increased amount of younger male leopards coming through. As for the two females, they're coming here, and that's Moya and Nsele that I'm talking about. Why they've left is they're getting probably pressurized from young females that side, and this side at the moment, Bart Kalamba is not that active with females. Thandi has moved off a little bit. Shadulu potentially denning at the moment, means that her movement is a little bit less, and so it's the gap then for the likes of Moya and Nsele to move in, and Nsele seems to have found a little spot there where she's kind of set up shop and is quite happy. So this is the last tracks here, go to this tree here. Now this tree that we see on the right is a tree that pretty much every leopard that I've seen that has ever walked this area marks at. So in the old days it would have been Mvula. In fact, the old days was Jordan, Karula, Shadow. They all used to mark here, and then it became Thandi a little bit here when she was first pushing in, but mostly Shadow for a while, and then it became Tingana, Mvula, that generation, and now we're seeing kind of, now that Hukamuri's gone, Mulawati, Shadulu, Kalamba, Kara. Moya doesn't seem to come up this far, but it's possible that it could be her too. So everyone always uses this, and the reason why they'll use this particularly is because this is a big prominent mark on the edge of a road. So any leopard that comes here, because of how big and prominent it is, they know that that's a great place for a scent mark. Other leopards will utilize it to go sniff, and then what they do is they go from that tree, so this tree here, they come across, there's a little bush here, I don't know if you guys can see it on the edge of the road. This little bush here, they then do their facial markings on. So that's a urinary marking, and this is a little facial gland that they rub on here. They rub all over this bush, lie in it, and then they carry on. And so that drags the leopards in and out from this section. All right, we'll carry on. Let's see what else we can find down the road. Hopefully there'll be something walking along as we go.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Everyone, I need to tell you about the conversation that's happening on this vehicle. We've lost our mind. Safari, get me out of here. My bum is so numb. You have no idea. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that or not, but... Morgan actually just told me about a movie. Morgan, are we able to capture the essence of the dam right now in all its glory? With the moon, the reflections. Anyway, this movie is called Treevenge. Have you ever heard of it? What is it about, Morgan? Christmas trees getting revenge. But what are they actually getting revenge for?
Being cut down.
Oh, okay, right, now I get it. So they're angry at being felled. So do they come alive at nighttime?
They just come alive and get revenge.
They just come alive, guys, and apparently they get revenge on people. Do they kill people? They kill people. I've never seen this movie. Morgan's telling me all about it, but it's been one of those drives, guys. Tristan and I tried so hard to get Dab and Gumi for you, but it wasn't possible. And since I've been talking about trees and hunting trees, Morgan decided to tell me I need to watch Treevenge.
But it really is terrible.
What was that?
It really is terrible.
Oh, okay. Now he's backpedaling a little bit. And Morgan's saying it really is terrible. Well, it's a terrible movie, guys, but if you like bad movies, how many of us are going to watch it now? Oh, dear. Anyway, let's just take a moment to stop giggling, get rid of the nonsense, and admire the beautiful scenes in front of us. The lights are a lodge. That is, in fact, Botella. Gallagher's at the other side. Okay, Morgan, let's bump up. Oh, sorry, I turned on my engine too soon. Naughty Lauren, naughty Lauren. Impala, here I come. If we don't find any Impala, then it's not a good day. But we may find trees seeking revenge. Did you get that name, Morgan? I heard berry too. Berry. Africa's a large continent. It's very, very large. And it stems from Morocco, Egypt, all the way down to South Africa. And there's a lot of countries in between. All lie at different positions from the equator. So if you're asking me when winter ends in Africa, I don't think I'm going to be able to answer that for every single country, I'm afraid. I could try, but I would probably get it very, very wrong. But for South Africa, at least here, we're really sort of in the grips of it right now. We're really in the heart of it. July, I would say, is one of the coldest months. And is October the official end of summer? Winter? Morgan? I think October is the official end, is that right? Yeah. In terms of the official season end. I remember arriving here in October in 2018 and being so shocked at how cold it was. I'd left Scotland and I thought, it's going to be warm. It was not warm. It was barren. There was literally not a drop of water anywhere. Nothing. None of the dams were full. Gowrie Dam is still full. That was empty. Not a single water droplet in any of the dams, only the pumped pans. and that was October. So I think the official end of winter is October. But it definitely gets a little bit warmer. I mean, July is the cold month. And I've mentioned this already, but apparently we're in for a cold front. Oh, I don't know what that means. I'm not as bad as Tswalu, I must say, but I don't like the cold. Tswalu does not like the cold, everyone. I spent some time with Tswalu in Joburg. We like to catch up with each other when we're not at work. And she has a mobile heater that she has attached a leash to like a dog. And as she moves about her house, she just pulls her heater. Oh, it's actually ridiculous. But Tswalu will not go anywhere without her heater attached to her by a leash. So I'm not quite that bad, I must say, but I don't really enjoy the cold. Oh dear, this drive is just full of nonsense now. I tried so hard to find a leopard. We have been everywhere. And it has just not gone our way. But quarantine is the answer. Quarantine's always the answer. I'm sure Tristan will be heading that way soon. So yes, as of winter across Africa, I'm really not sure. It will differ across all of the countries depending on where they sit on the equatorial line. But in South Africa, right at the bottom, got another few months to go of the cold. I love summer here. Love it. Megan, apparently so. I have also heard the same. I heard it from my crazy cameraman back there. And I know, wow, I also am wowed. I'm not sure how I feel about seeing snow in South Africa. We definitely get enough of that in Scotland. But I heard it's coming. Fascinating times ahead. And I know we've been giggling, but in all honesty, the frequency and intensity of climatic disturbance right now and weather patterns and things like cyclones and earthquakes, it's really scary. Even El Niñas, they're really increasing in frequency and intensity. And snow all over South Africa. It's sounding a little bit scary. What are we doing to our planet, everybody? Okay, we have arrived to quarantine. Scrub here, I'm coming for you. I bet you we don't find one scrub here or one impala. I feel like that's how it's going to go tonight. That is how it is going to go. Oh, many of you are hoping I find the genet. Last night was so lucky. For those of you that were watching, it was one of the best sightings. And Davy said to me, "Oh, what eye shine do you see? You're imagining this." And I said, "No, I'm not, Davy. You shine that IR light." And all of a sudden we saw a genet. Not only was it a genet, it was literally a really incredible genet sighting. I think it's one of my best that I've managed to capture live anyway. They're such lovely little animals, but completely nocturnal. And Judy, I see you sent me an article. Judy has already given me my homework for tonight. I will be sitting reading that after dinner. Thank you. It's about trees growing at night time. But I haven't read it yet. But I will, and tomorrow I'll tell you all about it. Thank you, Judy. Oh, I see eye shine. Oh my goodness. They got eye shine. I don't know who it is yet, but I'm going to stop shining on them. I'm guessing it's going to be either impala or the wild beasts. What do you think, Morgan? I don't know. Oh, let's check it out and see what the IR light can pick up. I don't even know if I've positioned myself correctly. There's a chance I have not. Ah, there we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. In all sort of fairness, that summer we had, it was Steve, myself, BK and Dav, 2 years ago. It was Christmas time. The wildebeest were just fantastic to be around, all dropping calves. It was such a fantastic journey to follow these little calves, and that year, not last year, they were very successful. They managed to hold on to, I think, if not all of their calves, and it was just such a joyous time. I think people overlook wildebeest here because they're not migrating from one country to another. They're just sticking it out on quarantine, which is exactly what Morgan and I are going to do.
I think Lauren's hit the nail on the head. It's amazing how when an animal is just in big numbers, then people care. But when it's only, a few of them here and there and not making a massive arduous journey, then often people overlook them. It's a weird concept. We as humans are actually quite strange, what we find entertaining and what we don't. There's something at Treehouse Dam, David. I don't know, I can see an eye shining at me off the bank here. I have no idea what it is. Not sure, David. There's a scrub here, but that's not what I saw. Oh, there we go, it's a civet, I think. You see it's on the other side of the dam there. Okay, we're going into infrared, everybody. Is it a civet, David? You'll have to tell me. It looks civety. Coming down to drink. What do we got, David? Oh, is it a white-tailed mongoose? Yeah, white-tailed mongoose. I can't see from where we are. But yeah, I'm trying. They will notice that there's a bit of a spotlight on it. It's just to help David. The distance that it's from where we are is a long way, and the infrared light will really not be able to cope that far. So just thought we'd help David out a little bit with our white-tailed mongoose. Off it goes down the road. And gone. Alright, David, let's go and just see if there's anything else lurking. Stop here and just have a little listen. See if we can't find anything.
Yes, you guessed it. We are still with the wildebeest because they're not migrating anywhere. But they are famous for migrating. And I read a really interesting article about migration. What is it about animal migration that is so utterly fascinating to humans? We are fascinated by it. We travel to watch animals travel. Why? I mean, why is it such a magnificent spectacle for us, for our eyes and our mind? We love it. Is it the sheer abundance of wildlife in motion, all moving together? Is it the steps that they take, or the steps that they they take to overcome the challenges? I mean, think about the wildebeest, the Masai Mara, crossing the Mara River. The bloodline, the lifeline of the Mara. That is not easy. And definitely not all of them make it. So is that what fascinates us? Or are we purely fascinated by their amazing feats of precise navigation? Think about it. How do they do that? How do they know where they're going? I remember being on one of the local boats in the Maldives, and they're called Donnies. And the captain still moves the rudder with his foot. It's this fascinating way that they drive the Donnies. No GPS, no TomTom, no map, no Google, nothing. And it's pitch black, yet this captain gets us from A to B, and Maldives is full of atolls. Why does he not hit a coral reef? I mean, it's shallow. He just needs to take one wrong turn and we are completely stuck on top of a coral reef and would need to get rescued in the middle of the pitch black ocean. No lights. And he says, Lauren, I didn't grow up using technology. Why are you so surprised by this? And of course, I'm just bamboozled. And he said, Lauren, I use the stars. And he really did. I called him my bapi. He was my Maldivian dad, and he really did navigate driving a boat using the stars, and this just blew my mind, and I think it was exactly that. I was amazed by his amazing feats of precise navigation in the ocean, in the dark. So is this why we are drawn to that? And I think it's probably all of the above. That's why we love to see and talk about and travel, to see mass migrations of animal traveling. I mean, you got the wildebeest, the sand-toed cranes, monarch butterflies, sea turtles, bats, the bat migrations in Zambia. So many animals migrate. And there's a sort of description without risking anthropomorphizing. There's a description about migration that I love. Are we so fascinated because these animals have a much larger sense of purpose? Is that what draws us in? Is that why we're in awe of them? They have a purpose. They are going somewhere. They are risking their entire life to go somewhere for a reason, against all odds. And it's really a phenomenon that's much grander and patterned than just animal movement. It's not in an animal movement or a animal moving. It's a migration, mass migration through countries, through borders, through rough terrain, through rivers, just like the Mara River. And you just have to ask why they're doing it. What is the reason? It's incredible. And one of the sort of greatest daily migrations on Earth, do you know what that is? Daily migration, mass movement of animals on a daily basis. Do you know, Morgan?
Getting cross quarantine.
No, it's nothing to do with quarantine. Plankton. They're animals. Microscopic, yes, but they're animals. Crustaceans, jellies, isopods, larvae. They make a mass migration on a daily basis for the light in the ocean. They sink during the day, and they rise in that water column at nighttime to the surface. Especially phytoplankton. There's actually different types of plankton. Oh, Morgan's not happy with the visuals. Our epic 10 out of 10 wildebeest sighting has now dropped to 4 out of 10. Jaden, you are 8 years old. Did you tell us your favorite animal in your email? I really hope you did. But you're asking a great question, which means I'm not going to move. It's going to annoy Morgan because the visuals are not great. This is a wildebeest sleeping. Okay, the eyes are still open, but there's quarantine. You can see our mast flashing away in the background there. The signal tower, jolly good. It's not doing a very good job of signal right now. You did! You said it's a scrub hair. Okay, Jaden, I need to find your scrub hair now. That's a lot of pressure for me, but that's okay. I shall do it. Gwen's also going to tell Tristan, just in case he gets super lucky and finds a scrub hair before me. But they do sleep out in the open. So just like what you're looking at, it's a wide open clearing, and it's not about the place that they sleep, really. It's about who they sleep with, because they need large numbers to all sleep together for safety. So one wildebeest sleeping on its own is not going to have as much protection as the wildebeest up here that are all huddled together. They're probably getting a lot of warmth from body heat and protection from predators. So you see how it's nice and open? There's a few trees, but not many, Jaden. That's for safety. That's intentional. So that means that they can see the predators coming, or hear them coming, or even smell them coming. Whereas if they're in the thick bush, they might not be able to see what's coming up and where it's coming from. So that's exactly where they sleep, right there. They'll find a really nice patch of grass and they'll just hunker down. It doesn't look so comfy for us, but I'm sure it's comfy for them, I guess, if you're a wildebeest. Now I need to find a scrub hare for you. But they are the best scrub hares. Also another animal that doesn't get enough credit. Okay, let's go on a scrub hare mission just for Jaden. You ready, Morgan?
I am.
He is. Thank you, wildebeest. Scrub hare, here we come. It shouldn't be too difficult, one hopes. You can really identify a scrub hare normally if it's close by their eyes. They have a sort of really large eye shine that's deep red in colour. So you know from the height it is above the ground, the colour and the shape, you can identify, aha, I think that's a scrub hare. But it's not easy. If it's very far away, you could easily get that wrong. Okay, I'm going to take this very seriously now. I am on my mission. I am on scrub hare mission.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond and Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Yay, everyone, look what I found. It was difficult, but we did it. Hello, little scrubby. We do see them every day and we make jokes about it, but they are actually listed as a least concerned species by IUCN. However, the populations are declining. We have two, by the way. This is an excellent, excellent drive. And it's expected to decline even further by another 25% in the next few years. Oh God, it's been a long day. Let me try that one again. 20% in the next 50 or so years, they estimate. So although they're not listed as a concerned species right now, their populations are declining. And the riverine rabbit, I know it's a rabbit and not a hare, but the riverine rabbit is actually one of the most endangered animals in South Africa. If not the most endangered animal in South Africa, I think. As well as a Nisa seahorse. And the pangolin, I think. But the riverine rabbit is one of the most endangered mammals in the world, actually. And it's got an extremely limited distribution. Problem number 1. And it's only really found in the sort of Karoo Desert of South Africa and the Northern Cape. It's a tiny little rabbit. It's sweet, but it's really endangered. These guys are not endangered, but the populations are declining. Sorry, Gwen, one more time. Sorry, I turned that up really loud there. How do they protect themselves, Haley? Well, they are fast and flighty. So generally speaking, when a scrub hare knows a predator's in the vicinity, it has two options. It's either stand still or flee, and they're good at both. So if a leopard's in the area, sometimes they freeze and they are really good at staying remarkably still, like statues. They do not move a muscle. They don't flinch. They don't twitch. They don't even blink. And sometimes just by freezing the leopard or the predator in general won't sense them. They won't sense movement. But if they know that they've been spotted, they'll flee. And they can run incredibly fast. And they also run in a zigzag motion. So left, right, left, right, left, right. It's very erratic. And that's also to throw the predator off. It won't just be leopards. It'll be hyenas, jackals, dogs. All sorts of things will snack on scrub hares. Even aerial predators during the day if they spot them. So this zigzag running pattern is really erratic and it just throws the predator off because they're not running in a straight line. And they can evade predators really successfully by doing that. And they'll just all of a sudden dive into the thicket and be gone. So sometimes they freeze if they don't think they've been spotted, but if they know they've been seen, then they'll run as fast as they can. And generally, they're solitary. Oh! Don't leave us, scrub hare. We came on a bumbo just to see you. What an epic sighting that was. I hope you all enjoyed it, especially you, Jaden. But we are going to sit here on quarantine and just listen for a little while. And we're going to send you guys over to Tristan.
Lauren, we were doing the exact same thing. I was just actually on the bottom side of Philemon's listening as well, just trying to see if I could pick up anything. The only thing I could hear was Guess at Tumbeta. So, no sounds for anything. Djuma's been quiet today. But I thoroughly enjoyed my afternoon with the buffalo. That was very cool. Obviously, we had a brief view of Tavan Gumi and tried to get that to you guys, but it's the way things go sometimes. The cookie crumbles in ways that don't always lie favorably for us, but we eventually kind of get it our way. We can't complain too much. We get a lot, and we have had a lot the last few days. If you think of all the kind of crazy sort of sightings we've had, from Marip's adventure in the afternoon to obviously his thing with the puff adder, and then Lauren having Shasha and Kalamba fighting. So it's not like we haven't had our share of pretty amazing stuff of late. It will all come right again. We'll get everything coming through. It's just a matter of timing and being in the right place at the right time, and a bit of luck and a bit of intuition, and hopefully we'll get it right. But I can see where Lauren was, because here's all the wildebeest here on my right. So she was obviously watching those. I just want to go a little bit further because I see a couple eyes down at the bottom. What's that? Let's see if I can just use my... It's just one set of eyes by itself, which is normally suspect in this area. David, can you see that? You don't have to go with the camera, but let me try and use my binoculars to see. Is it an antelope? It is an impala male. Sorry, impala male, I blinded you, but go lie with your friends, and then I went, oh, they're all your friends are there. Oops. Sorry, buddy. Hey, it happens, everybody. When you've had a quiet day and you cling to the hope that you're going to get a last minute something on quarantine, and then you spot one set of lone eyes on the edges of a herd of impala, and you think to yourself, maybe, just maybe, it's possible. But I should know better too, because I only had one eye shining back at me rather than two, which would be for a cat. Anyway, like I say, sometimes quiet days are good. They put things into perspective, and I certainly think there's been enough to talk about. Sounds like Lauren had some interesting conversation, and so did Steve. So hopefully you all enjoyed your afternoon safari with us. Let's see. We hope that tomorrow will be a little bit more productive in many respects, and I'm hoping that we can find Tundi somewhere. She's been very elusive the last few days, so try to see if we can pick up some signs of her. Anyway, it's that time where we need to head back. Hopefully, like I say, that you all had a really good afternoon, and that wherever you are, you have a very good evening or day further. From all of us, it's been an absolute pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning on our sunrise safari.